A service of KIBMradio.com, the Internet's home for an all-old-time radio.
Colgate Dental Cream to clean your breath while you clean your teeth and help stop tooth decay, and Luster Cream Shampoo for soft, glamorous, caressable hair bring you Our Miss Brooks, starring Eve Arden. It's time once again for another comedy episode of Our Miss Brooks, written by Al Lewis. Well, the football season is just about reaching its peak in most of the nation's high schools. But somehow the fever seems to have bypassed our Miss Brooks, who teaches English at Madison High School.
Yes, I'm afraid I've always been one of football's more passive fanatics. But as faculty advisor to the cheerleading squad, an honor foisted upon me some months ago, I was invited to a special meeting held in our principal's office during lunch period last Thursday. In addition to Mr. Conklin, those present included his daughter Harriet, Mr. Philip Boynton, our bashful biology teacher, Walter Denton, the manager of the team, and Stretch Snodgrass, star quarterback and captain. Stretch has always been something of a paradox to me. I've never been able to understand how a brain which can retain so many clever football plays can have such difficulty in spelling a word like cat. Be that as it may, Mr. Conklin wasted no time in telling us why we had been summoned.
As you all know, tomorrow is the day we play Clay City High. You also know that I consider Jason Brill, the principal of that institution, my arch rival. What you do not know is that Brill has obtained a small bear cub in honor of the Clay City Cubs, which he intends to trot out between halves. We, too, must be prepared to entertain the spectators with our mascot. It's as simple as that.
Not quite, Mr. Conklin. Our football team has always been known as the Madison Comets. It might be rather difficult to lead a comet out between halves.
That's a hot one. Imagine trying to lead it.
Let's try... Let's try to be constructive, shall we? I intend to change the name of the football team to fit the mascot we select. I'm open to your suggestions.
Before we make any suggestions, Daddy, where did Mr. Brill get the bear cub you mentioned?
From the circus, Harriet. You know the one in Moore's Meadow, which bogged down on its way to winter quarters?
Then maybe we could get something from them. Maybe even a tiger. Boy, the Madison Tigers. I can just picture it. At halftime, we lead this ferocious tiger to the Clay City bench where Mr. Brill is sitting. Can't you just see the expression on Mr. Brill's face?
I'm not going to look down a tiger's throat just for that.
No, I'm afraid a tiger isn't quite original enough, Denton.
Well, let's see. How about the Madison Monsters?
Yes, we ought to be able to pick up a cheap monster somewhere.
With you as the team's manager, Denton, that name is almost ideal. With that, you've given me an idea. It should be an alliterative name. And how about you, Snodgrass? Any ideas on the subject?
Yes, sir. What does alliterative
mean?
Don't you know either?
Alliterative means when words start with the same initial, like the Clay City Cubs or the Pittsburgh Pirates.
How about the Madison Mustangs, Mr. Conklin? We ought to be able to rent one of those for the game. And maybe Mr. Boynton could ride him around the stadium at halftime.
No, not me. No, if you wanted to borrow my pet frog, McDougal, as mascot.
Not a bad idea. Of course, we did have to get a rather tiny saddle.
No, wait a minute. Stretch, your father runs a pet shop, doesn't he?
Yes, he does, Mr. Boynton. We ain't got no animals over there that would be good for what we want them for right now, I don't think.
Where in the world did you acquire that manner of speech, Snodgrass?
I'm in Miss Brooks' English class.
Stop boasting, Stretch, or we may both be back in grammar school soon. What sort of animals do you have in the shop at the present time?
Mostly puppies and birds. Say, I got an idea. My dad got 4 brand new Blue Jays this morning.
Please, Stretch, Mr. Conklin isn't interested in what your father puts on his corns.
I I don't mean Blue Jay corn plasters, Miss Brooks. I mean real ones. They're awful pretty, and they could... No, if they ever flew away, my dad would lambaste the living... He'd be peeved. I know. Maybe I could bring over my turtle as a mascot.
The Madison mud turtles. Now, that's sort of alliterative. How big a turtle have you got, Stretch?
He's exactly 3 inches square.
Now, there's a brilliant suggestion. How could the crowd in a football stadium possibly see a 3-inch turtle?
I know. We could paint Madison in huge red letters on his back.
This meeting is getting absolutely nowhere. As usual, the important decisions have to stem from my own creative brain. I will come to a decision by the time school ends and delegate one of you to pick up the animal of my choice. You may all go to lunch now. Dismiss!
Aye,
Where are you going to have lunch today, Miss Brooks? Marty's malt shop?
sir. No, Mr. Boynton, I'm going to live dangerously and go to the school cafeteria. It should be much more inspirational.
Inspiration?
Yes, I had some stew there the other day, which I'm sure would have made a wonderful mascot.
Well, school's over, Daddy. Did you think of anything yet?
Yes, Harriet, I have. Taking into consideration the fact that the Board of Education makes no financial provision for team mascots, I've decided we must get something which won't cost too much money to feed.
What did you hit on?
A gopher.
A gopher? But, Daddy...
If it's good enough for Minnesota, it's good enough for us. We'll just capture one this evening in our backyard. Excuse me, Harriet. Principal's office. Osgood Conklin on this end.
Hello, Osgood. This is Martha, dear, your wife.
I know your title. I conferred it on you. Now, what is it, my dear?
Well, I'm afraid I have some rather distressing news.
Your brother is staying over another day?
No, dear. I broke one of your favorite bookends. I was cleaning it, and it just slipped out of my hands. I don't know how it
There have been greater disasters known to man, Martha. We'll simply replace the bookend.
But it was a gift, dear. I don't know where they were purchased, and... Wait a minute. Miss Brooks was admiring them just the other day at tea. She said she saw an identical pair in a curio shop right near her house. Do you think it would be asking too much to have her pick one up for us?
It would be a labor of love for the woman. My teachers adore me, you know.
Yes, dear, I know.
Which bookend was it, Martha? What design?
It was the one with the elephant on it, Osgood. She'll remember it all right.
Then the matter is closed. Think no more of it, my dear. I'll see you in just a little while. Oh, by the way, Martha, I'm rather tired, so when I do come home, I'll take a little nap in the living room. Please see that the squealing urchins with which our neighborhood abounds are shooed as far away from our porch as possible.
I'll try, Osgood. Goodbye, dear.
Goodbye. Now then, Harriet, fetch Miss Brooks at once, if you please.
I can't, Daddy. She's gone home.
The speed with which they depart is always a revelation to me. Now, take this note, child. Attention, Miss Brooks. I want you to purchase at once an elephant bookend of the type you admired so much at our house recently. Now, take that right over to
Oh,
Miss...
gosh, Daddy, if you're going to send me on any errands, I just can't go. I've got volleyball practice with the team this minute.
But I promised your mother I've got
Oh,
to
let
get
me
this...
look out in the hall. Maybe somebody's still around. Stretch! Oh, Stretch!
Hi, Harriet. What can I do for you?
You can deliver a note, boy. Do you know where Miss Brooks lives?
Yes, sir, with Mrs. Davis.
Right. Now, take this note right over to her, will you?
Sure, Mr. Conklin. Where does Mrs. Davis live?
The address is 295 Carroll Avenue. Now, be sure she gets that message immediately.
Don't worry about me, Mr. Conklin. When it comes to messages, I'm like the Pony Express. I always get my man. See you later, Harriet. Pony boy, won't you be my pony boy?
Oh, Stretch, would you come here a moment?
Oh, hi, Mr. Boynton. What can I do for you?
Well, you can let me have a piece of paper, if you will. I'd like to copy down the football schedule that's on the bulletin board here.
Sure, Mr. Boynton. Here's a piece of this paper I don't need. Nothing wrote on it anyhow.
Oh, thanks a lot.
I'm glad to be of service. See you at the game tomorrow.
Okay, Stretch. Now, I'll just... That's funny. There's nothing written on the front, but what's this on the back? It says, bookend of the type you admired so much at our house recently. Oh, well, it can't be very important if Stretch had it.
I don't like to bother you at home like this, Miss Brooks, but Mr. Conklin said it was important that you get this message right away.
Let's see it, Stretch.
Oh, I took the liberty of reading it on the way over. Looks like you've been decorated to get our mascot.
I've been degulated, all right. Attention, Miss Brooks. I want you to purchase at once an elephant.
Boy. What a mascot. Mr. Conklin sure went whole hog.
You went whole elephant. This must be some kind of joke. I'd better call him up and find out what it's all about. Are you sure you got this note directly from Mr. Conklin?
Sure. He handed it to me in his office as I was
Hello?
walking.
Quiet, Stretch. Hello?
Be brief, please. Wasted words are wasted time. Osgood Conklin speaking.
Mr. Conklin, this is Miss Brooks.
Naturally. I was trying to take a nap. This, I might add, is the third time in 1 week you have jangled me out of my afternoon doze. Now, what is it you want?
I just got your note, Mr. Conklin, about this elephant.
As I recall, Miss Brooks, the note was quite simply written. I don't expect you to be the greatest English teacher in the world, but I do expect you to be able to read a few simple sentences in the language.
But, Mr. Conklin,
Now, please do as I've asked and let me get some sleep.
But, Mr. Conklin, what kind do you
You've
want?
seen them before, Miss Brooks. Just get one.
But, Mr. Conklin, the money, how will I pay
Charge it to me. Now, for heaven's sake, ring off and don't call me back till you've got it.
Yes, sir. Stretch, we're going to need some transportation. Is your jalopy out front?
Sure, Miss Brooks. Where are we going?
We're going down to the Bombay branch of Gimbals and charge an elephant.
Our Miss Brooks, starring Eve Arden, will continue in just a moment. But first, here is Vern Smith. Now, proof that brushing teeth right after eating with Colgate Dental Cream helps stop tooth decay before it starts. Continuous research, hundreds of case histories, makes this the most conclusive proof in all dentifrice research on tooth decay. Eminent dental authorities supervised hundreds of college men and women for over 2 years. One group always brushed their teeth with Colgates right after eating. The other followed their usual dental care. The group using Colgate Dental Cream as directed, using Colgates exclusively, showed a startling reduction in average number of cavities, far less tooth decay. The other group developed new cavities at a much higher rate. No other dentifrice offers proof of these results. Modern research indicates decay is caused by mouth acids, which are at their worst after meals or snacks. Brushing teeth with Colgate as directed helps remove acids before they harm enamel. Yes, Colgate contains all the necessary ingredients, including an exclusive patented ingredient for effective daily dental care. So remember, always use Colgate Dental Cream to clean your breath while you clean your teeth and help stop tooth decay.
Well, Thursday afternoon, Stretch's jalopy wouldn't start until it was too late to go to the circus grounds. So I made arrangements with Mr. Boynton to pick me up the following morning. Friday, I awoke bright and early and brushed my teeth extra well. I wasn't going to let any elephant's tusks outshine mine. Then I joined my landlady, Mrs. Davis, in the dinette.
Why, Connie, it's only 9 o'clock, and this is Armistice Day. There's no school. What are you doing up so early?
I'm going on an elephant hunt, Mrs. Davis.
Oh, that's nice, dear. Now, how do you want your toast? Buttered? What did you say?
I said I'm going on an elephant hunt.
In America?
Of course.
I don't want to pry into your personal life, Connie. But why?
Because Mr. Conklin wants one.
Oh, I see. Well, if you'll just drink your juice now, I'll go in. Mr. Conklin wants an elephant.
For a mascot, Mrs. Davis. I guess he's trying to outshine Jason Brill's bear cub.
Well, that should do it.
If it's any kind of an elephant at all, it should.
Where are you going to look for the beast, Connie?
Down at Moore's Meadow. Beck Brothers Circus got stuck on their way to winter quarters. Equipment trouble or something. Anyway, they might be willing to rent us one of their performing elephants for the big game.
Sounds logical. Who's driving you down, dear?
He is. I mean, Mr. Boynton. I left the door unlocked for him. Come in, Mr. Boynton.
Well, I'll get some dishes and set another place for him.
Hi, Miss Brooks.
Walter, what are you doing here?
Stretch told me all about the mascot last night, Miss Brooks. I think it's just about the most sensational idea ever, even if Mr. Conklin did get it.
Here we are.
Oh, hi, Mrs. Davis.
Hello, Mr. Boynton.
Huh? Like me, Walter Denton.
Oh, course it is. I wasn't looking. Won't you have a snack with us, dear?
Oh, sure I will. Thanks. What do you think of the new setup, Mrs. Davis? The Madison Mammoths. That's what the team will be called, of course.
Mammoth?
Sure, because of the elephant mascot. You remember those prehistoric, hairy old elephants, don't you, Miss Brooks?
Not personally. Oh, that must be Mr. Boynton now. Come in.
I'll get another cup and saucer for you.
Hello, Miss Brooks. Hi, Walter.
Hello, Stretch.
Hi, pal. Pull up a chair.
Here we are.
Morning, Mrs. Davis.
Hello, Mr. Boynton.
One more strike and you're out, Mrs. Davis. It's Stretch Snodgrass.
Oh, so it is. What can I get for you, dear? Would you like an egg?
I'm in training, Mrs. Davis.
Oh, I see.
I'd like 4 eggs.
Oh, and how do you want them, Stretch?
With ham and
Ham and what?
bacon. And if I could have some milk, too, please, and bread.
What's the sense in renting one? We're raising our own elephant right here.
I'll get you boys what you want in a jiffy. Coffee's right on the buffet front.
Thanks, Mrs. Davis. Come in.
Morning, Miss Brooks. Hello, boys.
Hello,
Mr.
Mr. Boynton. Sit down, Mr. Boynton. Have a cup of coffee while I tell you where I want you to take me this morning.
Well, thanks, Miss Brooks. I was rather curious about our destination.
Yes? Well, we're going to pick up an elephant together.
Oh, then we better not spend too much time sitting around and... You say an elephant?
Oh, that's right, Mr. B. Isn't it terrific?
She's going to be our mascot. Can we go with you when you get him, Miss Brooks?
Absolutely not, Stretch. The people that run the circus won't do any business with us at all if they think this is nothing but the childish scheme it is. I mean, Mr. Boynton and myself are going alone.
Well, just a minute, Miss Brooks. Did Mr. Conklin actually say he wanted an elephant to be our mascot?
Indubitably.
Irrevocably.
Yeah.
Well, this beats everything. I've heard of some pretty strange mascots in my time. In fact, when I was coaching at State Normal, we had a guinea pig. The little fella grew quite attached to me, too. He used to curl up in my lap all the time.
I'll bet he looked real cute.
Matter of fact, he did. Yeah, you know, most animals will lie down in your lap once they grow attached to you.
That's fine, Mr. Boynton. With a little luck, maybe our new mascot will grow attached to Mr. Conklin. Now, finish your coffee. We're off to the circus ground.
There's nothing quite as deserted as an empty circus lot, is there, Miss Brooks?
I've always thought any empty lot was pretty deserted. This one is rather grim, though. Nothing left but a few broken-down animal cages and some rusty equipment.
Here's the administration car, Miss Brooks. Beck Brothers, private. Well, that must be the office.
Well, as they used to say before television, let's go in.
Come in.
Good morning, gentlemen. My name's Boynton, and this is Miss Brooks.
How do you do? Beck is the name. Mike Beck.
Beck is the name. Dan Beck.
You must be the Beck Brothers.
Give that man a box of bazooka bubble gum. We'll come right to the point, gentlemen. You see, we're teachers at Madison High School, and our principal wants us to procure a mascot for our football team.
Sounds like a nice idea.
Very nice idea.
We furnished a mascot to Mr. Brill of Clay City High just the other day. Nice little bear it was.
Very nice little bear.
Thank you, little Sir Echo, but
Of course, most of our animals, as well as the performers and circus personnel, have already entrained for winter quarters in Florida.
But you do have some animals still on the grounds, don't you?
Well, what kind did you want?
We want an elephant.
An elephant?
But we just have one elephant left.
To some people, that seems like a lot.
Would you be willing to rent it out for a while?
Rent it out? Well, frankly, we never thought about doing anything like that.
No, we never thought of doing anything like that.
We'd take very good care of the animal.
Very good care of the animal. Now I'm doing it. Look, your season is over, and you don't need the elephant to perform today.
Oh, Freddie couldn't perform today anyway.
Freddie?
Yes, that's why we kept him behind with us. He met with a little accident a few weeks ago.
Yeah, we might as well tell him the truth then. You see, folks, Freddie backed into the lion's cage, and, well, he sort of had his tail bitten off.
Oh, that's a shame.
Yes, now he can't make a circle with the other elephant. But he's perfectly all right in every other way.
You make a fine mascot for your team, Miss Brooks, and we wouldn't charge any rental fee at all.
Well, the price is certainly right. But why are you doing this?
To save money on the elephant's feed bill.
He's a good eater, Freddie is.
I'll bet he eats like a horse.
But, Mr. Beck, how do we get Freddie into town?
And when do you want him back?
Just walk him in behind your car.
And we'd like him back next April.
Next April.
Provided, of course, that you promise to take good care of him. You see, we're leaving tonight.
Oh, we just wanted a mascot for the Clay City game.
Wait a minute, Mr. Boynton. Maybe Mr. Conklin would keep him for the rest of the season. Freddie could be mascot for other things besides football.
But, Miss Brooks, an elephant.
Could I use your phone, please?
Certainly, right here.
Thanks. We'll leave it up to Mr. Conklin. It was his idea in the first place, and
Hello?
he said...
Miss Brooks, I presume.
How did you know, Mr. Conklin?
I was taking my afternoon nap.
Oh, I'm sorry, Mr. Conklin, but about the elephant.
Didn't you get that elephant yet?
I'm about to get it right now, sir, but, well, you'll have to keep this one longer
I
than...
promise you, Miss Brooks, my wife will be very careful of this one. Now, I'd like to get back to sleep if you don't mind. The kids in this neighborhood have kept me up half the day already.
Yes, sir. Oh, Mr. Conklin, before you hang up, where shall I bring it?
Bring it? Bring it to my house, of course. Now, goodbye.
Goodbye. Mr. Beck.
Yes?
Got a hunk of rope?
Well... Here's Mr. Conklin's house, Miss Brooks.
Good. You better tie Freddie up to the front porch, and I'll go in and tell him we're here. Better take him over the side so he doesn't tie up traffic.
All right, Miss Brooks. Come on, Freddie. Sway, Freddie.
Go on, Freddie. On the road to Mandalay, where the flying fishes play, and the dawn comes up like thunder.
Let's have the rest of the concert indoors, shall we?
Sorry, Mr. Conklin.
Step into the living room, please.
Of course.
Now then, Miss Brooks, did you bring it?
Yes, sir. It's right outside.
Outside? Why didn't you bring it in?
Look, Mr. Conklin, I know you've been rather harassed recently, but we've got to get a few things settled immediately. First of all, where are you going to keep it?
Right next to those books on the piano.
Huh?
But I'm afraid I... Oh, hello, Miss Brooks.
Hello, Mrs. Conklin.
I was about to tell you, dear, that I have some disappointing news. There's nothing caught in that snare you set by the porch last night.
Oh, I was planning to use that gopher as our mascot this afternoon.
Gopher? You want a gopher for a mascot?
What did you think I wanted, an elephant?
That reminds me, Miss Brooks. Did you pick up the elephant bookend that we wanted replaced?
Elephant bookend?
You received my note yesterday, didn't you?
Some of it. I mean, apparently there was something not quite clear, Mr.
It was
Conklin.
perfectly clear, Miss Brooks. Allow me to recall it for you verbatim. It said, quote, attention, comma, Miss Brooks, dash, I want you to purchase at once an elephant bookend of the type you admired so much at our house recently, period, unquote. Well?
Oh, brother, exclamation point.
Oh, listen to those kids, Martha. If we don't move out of this neighborhood soon, my blood pressure will
Now,
just...
please, dear, calm yourself. The children are just playing.
Well, I'm going to the window and stop them.
No!
I won't have to...
I mean, you mustn't go to the window now, Mr. Conklin. Somebody might throw something, a ball or something.
But that shouting and racket is...
Oh, it isn't really so bad. You're just overwrought.
Of course, dear. In your nervous state, you exaggerate all
What was that?
What?
An earthquake! Quick, let's get out of here.
No, Mr. Conklin, you mustn't go outside.
I'm not going to be trapped in here like a rat. Come on! An elephant is tied to our house! What's the meaning of this?
Just relax, Mr. Conklin. Things will be nice and quiet in a few minutes. Freddie is moving us to a dead-end street.
Eve Arden as our Miss Brooks returns in just a moment. But first...
Dream girl, beautiful luster cream girl.
Tonight, yes, tonight, show him how much lovelier your hair can look after a Luster Cream shampoo. Luster Cream, world's finest shampoo. No other shampoo in the world gives K-Doom its magic blend of secret ingredients plus gentle lanolin. Not a soap, not a liquid. Luster Cream shampoo leaves hair 3 ways lovelier. Fragrantly clean, free of loose dandruff, glistening with sheen, soft, manageable. Even in hardest water, Luster Cream lathers instantly. No special rinse needed after a Luster Cream shampoo. So gentle, Luster Cream is wonderful even for children's hair. Tonight, yes, tonight, try Luster Cream shampoo.
Dream girl, beautiful luster cream girl. You owe your crowning glory to our luster cream shampoo.
And now, once again, here is our Miss Brooks.
Well, Mr. Conklin stormed off to the football game after warning us not to bring Freddie near the stadium. This left just a cozy little group consisting of Freddie, myself, and a rather haggard-looking Mr. Boynton.
Well, this is terrible, Miss Brooks. With Mr. Conklin refusing to accept any responsibility in this matter, we're in something of a predicament.
How do you mean, Mr. Boynton? We'll just take Freddie back to the Beck brothers.
You forget, Miss Brooks. By now, they're on their way to their winter quarters in Florida. Where in the world is Freddie going to sleep tonight?
Maybe we could get him a room at the Y.
Please, Miss Brooks, be serious.
All right. How big is your place?
This pachyderm has to be fed and sheltered.
Calm down, Mr. Boynton. I think I have the solution. We'll simply return Freddie to his winter quarters.
Oh, but, Miss Brooks, who can afford a train ticket for a creature this size?
Train ticket, nothing. We'll just point him south and give him a shove. An elephant never forgets.
Next week, tune into another Our Miss Brooks show brought to you by Luster Cream Shampoo for soft, glamorous, caressable hair and Colgate Dental Cream to clean your breath while you clean your teeth and help stop tooth decay. Our Miss Brooks, starring Eve Arden, is produced by Larry Burns, directed by Al Lewis, with music by Wilbur Hatch.
Men, you shave with a lather or brushless shave cream. Palmolive shaving cream comes both ways, and whichever way you prefer to shave, you'll find that using either Palmolive brushless or Palmolive lather shaving cream can bring you more comfortable, actually smoother shaves. Here's the proof. 2,548 men tried the new Palmolive way to shave described on the tube. And no matter how they had shaved before, 3 out of every 4 got more comfortable, actually smoother shaves. Get Palmolive brushless or Palmolive lather shaving cream today.
Did you know that the hotel business, now observing National Hotel Week, is the 7th largest industry in America? What's more, they're constantly working to further add to your convenience and comfort. In short, complete modernization of your home away from home. Remember, the hotels are America's hospitality industry. Be with us again next week at the same time for another comedy episode of Our Miss Brooks. Bob Lamont speaking. This is CBS, the Columbia Broadcasting System.
Skelton with David Forrester and his orchestra, our singing star Anita Ellis, Gigi Pearson, Verna Felton, Pat McGee, and Wonderful Smith, and yours truly, Rod O'Connor. It's a pleasure to bring you Metro-Goldwyn-Mayer's popular comedian, Fred Skelton.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. How are you tonight, O'Connor?
Fine, Red. Well, Red, I see you were at the racetrack.
That's right. How did you know, though?
Simple, you're not wearing a shirt.
Yeah.
Didn't you win anything at all, Red?
Now, you see, I didn't want to leave that in because I knew it wouldn't get a laugh. I wanted to tell a joke about the tree surgeons that fell out of his patients. Well, yeah, we went out to Santa Anita, though, and everybody was so anxious to bet out there the last day. If you stood still for 1 minute, a line formed in back of you. Put that with a shirt gag.
What should we talk about tonight?
Oh, I don't know. We got to kill time, though, for a few minutes. Too early for the next commercial. Hey, I got a letter last week from a lady, see, and she says, I wish you'd take it easy on that. Blew my little boy out of bed 3 times. Hey, last week Anita Ellis went down to Mobile, Alabama. Let's talk about that, huh?
Okay, why'd she go down there?
Well, she picked up a hitchhiker, and she took him out to the city limits, see, but you know the Chamber of Commerce.
You mean?
Yeah, by the time she came to the sign that said Los Angeles city limits, she was in Alabama.
Oh, now, Red, you don't expect me to believe that.
Well, why not? The western boundary is Midway Island.
Well, how about the South Los Angeles boundary? Where's that?
I'm not sure, but their city councilman is a penguin. Well, let's get back to Anita. Say, I think it was nice of you to go down to the airport and meet her.
Oh, I think you were the one that was nice, Red. You brought Anita that big bouquet of flowers.
Oh, you were nicer than me, Rod.
No, you were, Red.
Wait till you get the bill for the flowers.
Well, just think. Our little Anita going back to Mobile, Alabama to be queen of the Azalea Festival.
Yeah.
Hi, y'all.
Well, Mrs. Claghorn. Welcome home. Pull up a candy jam and sit down. Tell us about your trip, eh?
Oh, I sure wish you could have been along with me, Red. It was so much fun, they gave me the keys of the city.
How do you like that? When I was stationed in Camp Seibert, Alabama, they locked everything up.
Well, Anita, what exactly is an azalea?
It's soup.
Yes, Red, they're something like rhododendrons, except they have funnel-shaped corollas and deciduous leaves.
Mm-hmm. Right, soup, I told you. Well, let's get back to the English stuff now. Say, how'd you like the folks down there, Anita?
Oh, they were wonderful. Really? There's nothing like that southern hospitality.
Yeah.
The fields of cotton, southern fried chicken, candy jam.
Yeah, and then after dinner you can go out and bowl a few weevils. Of course, you need a weevil bowl to do it.
Say, on your way back from Mobile, didn't you stop off in Dallas for one personal appearance?
Yes, Rod, and when those Texans heard that I sang on the Red Skelton program in Hollywood, you should have heard them cheer.
Really?
Because you were still in California.
Yeah. Well, I guess they didn't know I got a 10-gallon hat with a secret compartment for my head.
Oh, Red, it was really nice of you and Rod to meet me at the airport,
really?
But I'm afraid it put you out.
Oh, that's okay. They put us out, but we crawled back over the fence again. Mother wore tight. Isn't that beautiful? Anita Ellis sings Bless You.
Bless you for being an angel. Just when it seemed that heaven was not for me. Bless you for building a new dream. Just when my old dream crumbles so helplessly. In that vine-covered chapel on the hill, your face was a hymn that lingered still. So bless you, my darling, my angel. Heaven is mine, and life is divine with you. In that vine-covered chapel on the hill, your face was a hymn. Bless you, my darling, my angel. Heaven is mine, and life is mine with you.
The Skelton Scrapbook of Satire. Let's not go nuts, old man. Page 1. Keep your tab out of my territory. Well, here I am. Do-do-do-do-do. Mother wore tights. I'm glad we know Mother wore tights. Now we knew that Father wore the pants. Yes, sir, here I am, the old singing cab driver. Ain't much profit in driving a cab, though. I'm losing too many of my passengers on account of my picture on the driver's permit. It's hanging over the meter, you know. And the people are always asking me, what's that monstrosity? And when I turn around to answer them, for some reason, they jump out of my cab. Well, here's the Gracie Spoon Cafe. I think I'll go in and get me a cup of coffee here. Maybe Poodle Tannis is in there having it. Well, howdy doody to you, too. I'll have a cup of coffee.
Coffee is all you ever order.
Yeah, I drink about 150 cups a day.
Well, doesn't it keep you awake?
It helps.
Here's your coffee.
Thank you.
Tell me, Clem, do you like driving a cab?
Yeah, except when the passengers yell at me to go faster. They don't seem to realize I'm pedaling as fast as I can. I had 2 accidents today.
Yet your cab sure is banged up.
Oh, I don't know. I think it looks nice with all 4 fenders in the glove compartment there.
Well, you ought to watch out where you're going.
Well, I try to, but when there's a strong wind, I can't see where I'm going. My ears keep blowing over my eyes.
Now, Clem, why don't you wear your ears in an upsweep like they used to?
'Cause they're naturally curly, and I like them over my shoulder.
Have you been having much trouble trouble with the rival cabs moving in on your territory?
I sure have. Every time I turn around there, I find another cab parked in my zone, you know.
Well, you be careful and don't get hurt in one of them there fights.
I can take care of myself. At the state fair, I won the boxing championship of my division.
Oh, you did?
Yeah, but when they found out I wasn't a Cub Scout, they disqualified me.
Well, here's the bill for your coffee, and it's 15 cents, please.
15 cents? And no floor show? Infatuation is really here, isn't it? Inflation is here. Well, I'm a moron. I don't know what it says.
Clem, aren't you cheap?
No, just mark down a little, Zol. Look at that.
Oh, hello, boys.
Well, gee, Horsefat. There's one of them new cabs cruising in my territory. I'll fix that black and white paint job for him. I'll crumble up his fenders so bad he'll be able to pull them up and down like a Venetian blind. Fix that, guy.
Oh, Clem, come back here. That ain't a taxi. That's a police car.
I think they turned up this street here. Yep, there it is. Now I'm going to sideswipe them a couple of times. Now I'll get the other side, like to be neat, you know. There, now that'll learn them.
Hey, you! Pull over the curb!
You pull over! Uh-oh, my bumper's caught on his bumper.
Get out of that cab.
Well, you just make me. Well, you could at least open the door.
Take it easy, Sarge. You're bending over. Are you hurt?
I don't think so.
Then why are you doubled over?
My belt broke, and it's the only way I can keep my pants up.
Get his license number.
What kind of a cab driver are you anyway, carrying guns? What, are you afraid somebody's going to try to ride for nothing? I handle straight lines pretty well, too, don't I?
Are you nuts?
Well, do I look like a nut to you?
You sure do.
Then you must be a squirrel. Well, that was a good one. Listen to pedestrians applaud.
Hey, let's see your driver's license, 40.
No, they wouldn't give me one. You see, I'm nearsighted.
Nearsighted?
Yep.
Then how do you know when you've gone through a red light?
Just wait until the ambulance pulls up.
What's your name?
Oh, wouldn't you like to know?
Look, Sucklebrain. This ain't a cab.
No? Next thing I suppose you'll be telling me it's a police car and you're officers of the law.
That's right.
I knew I was too smart for my own good. What is this? The Polish Cab Company. Polish, P-O-L... Well, this is a terrible mistake. You'll please accept my apology.
Grab that goon. Go on.
Here now.
Come on, you. You know the taxpayers ain't gonna like what you just done. In fact, the taxpayers who don't pay the taxes ain't gonna like it either. You don't have a license. Do you have any insurance?
Yes, sir. The Lloyds of London have me completely covered against ever becoming conscious.
Our front axle is busted.
Well, it's too bad.
All right, get in that cab. We're going down to police
I'll tell you what, due to the fact that it was my fault, I'll let you ride for nothing.
This ain't a pleasure trip, Pigface.
Oh, no?
Yeah, we're running you in.
Well, then you're going to have to run pretty fast to catch me, brother.
Oh! Get the gun and throw a stay in it. I'd like to throw a hook of lead. Oh!
The way that bullet just passed me, I just passed it. Well, I guess I'm out of sight now. Well, I better keep running. There's still people here, too. Well, I wonder if they're still following me. I'll hide out in this old shack here a few days. You'll never think to look for me in there.
Yes?
Oh, I'm sorry. I didn't know there was anyone here. Am I trespassing?
Well, we don't know yet. Come in and get warm. You look cold.
Well, thank you.
Just sit there by the fire a bit and thaw out.
Yeah. Mighty neighborly of you. My name's Clem Cadiddlehopper.
I'm glad to know you. I'm Admiral Byrd.
David Forrester and his orchestra play 20. He was home trying to sing that with the music as we were playing it. He probably blew out 3 tonsils, you know. Page 2 of Trespassing is entitled The Shortcut.
Junior! Oh, Junior!
The call of the wild. She had a smile in her voice. Maybe it's safe to answer. Here I am.
Well,
Yes.
what happened to your front suit?
I misplaced it.
Misplaced it?
Yeah, I placed it in front of the little kid's fist down the street, and he didn't miss.
I thought I told you to stop fighting.
Well, I did, but he didn't.
I knew we were in for it the day you were born. That stork that delivered you had a black eye.
Oh. Do tell. Hey, by the way, you through ironing?
That's what I wanted to talk to you about.
What's that?
How did the iron get all scratched up?
Well, I was hungry, so I tried to find myself an egg.
How could an egg scratch the iron?
The chicken resisted.
I'm going to have to thank you.
No. I don't want to put you out, you know, kiddo.
Turn around. Oh, good heavens. Look in your hip pocket. What are you doing with my scissors?
I was trying to hide them.
Junior, have you been cutting the fur off the cat again?
Me? No. Don't you think he looks nice with that butch haircut, though? Hey, I was out in the backyard cutting me some mushrooms to eat.
Those aren't mushrooms. Those are toadstools, and they're poisonous.
They poisonous?
Yes.
So that's what them little toads was trying to tell me.
Oh, if you don't stop acting so dumb. Come here.
Yep.
Now, I've told you before about eating things that you find.
No.
I'll just have to spank you.
No, now you spanked me for that once before, and you can't punish a man twice for the same crime, you know.
Who told you that?
I'm not telling you, kiddo, but I don't listen to Mr. District Attorney for nothing.
Oh, no?
Yep.
Well, we'll see about that. Where's my hairbrush?
Oh, no.
Well, don't stand there. Help me find it.
Okay, I'll help you find it. You dreamer, you. Julia. Okay. I look for the hairbrush. I look high, look low, under the book, in the closet, in the attic, but not in the ashes of the incinerator, because that's where it is.
Oh, you burned it?
Yep.
Well, I still have the palm of my hand.
Oh, you help me. You broke me, widow.
Broke your what?
I don't know. I know, doctor.
Oh, why can't you be a good little lamb?
Well, I am sort of a black sheep. You know what? I'm going to be good. From now on, I'm going to be like a real Boy Scout, you know. I'm going to help people across the street, run errands for nothing, tip me hat and say, yes, ma'am, no, ma'am. Thank you.
Wouldn't that be nice?
Yes, it would. Boy, with a reputation like that, I could get away with murder. Hey, where's Grandpa?
He's out.
In bed, huh?
I sent him to the store to get a load of groceries.
I can see him bringing home a load, but I'll bet me last yo-yo it won't be groceries. Boy, he ain't been out his knees since repeal, you know.
Now, for the last time,
Yes?
your grandfather does not drink.
Oh, no? Then how come last night when he came home, he says, look at me, I was a light bulb, and then he tried to hide in the socket.
Julia, I'm shocked.
What do you think he was? Hey, Grandma, can you have your cookie?
When you come back.
What?
I want you to go down to the store and see what's keeping your grandfather.
Okay, can you have a nickel, your friend?
Here's a penny.
A penny? Well, thanks, Sporty.
Well, now, what's wrong with a penny?
Nothing, except nowadays a penny they'll only let you walk into a store, pinch the bubble gum twice, and walk out.
Well, then here's a dime.
No,
Was that you?
That widow old thing, I don't want it.
All right, here's a coin that's bigger.
Oh.
Here's a nickel.
Well, that's right. Remark cost me 5 cents.
I'll get the coat out of the closet.
Okay.
There now.
Put me on my
Stand on the table so I can button your coat.
Yeah.
Oh, my little boys are so much trouble.
Don't you wish I could bring a little girl?
Well, there's a saying that little girls are made of sugar and spice and everything nice.
Yeah? What I made out of?
I don't know the recipe for a Mickey pin.
I'm ready to go.
Well, I'll help you down.
Okay.
Get on your bicycle and go and see about your game.
Okay, I'll go think about it.
Hurry back.
Okay.
And don't bite anybody you don't know.
Oh. Now, let's see. I think I'll go to the store a new way today because there's too many people waiting for me the old way. Gee, I kind of lost. I don't know which way to go. I ride my bicycle up this alley. Maybe it's a shortcut to the grocery. Oh, great heavens! Here comes the squad! Yeah, come in! Well, either I'm longer or my bicycle's shorter.
Are you all right, little boy?
Oh, I hope he don't smell liquids on my breath.
Are you all right?
Speak to me. Speak to me. Speak to me.
Ah,
shut up. Why don't you watch where I'm going?
Why don't you?
Well, I have to ride my bicycle backwards. I'm from Wyoming, and I can't face these California drivers.
Are you all right? No bones broken.
You carry any insurance?
No, I don't.
No bones broken.
Hey, you're pretty smart for such a little boy.
Yeah.
You should go home.
I can't. I lost.
Look, don't you have any identification on you?
Yes, I got your old dog tag, a widow dog tag.
Fine.
There
Let's
you
see,
go.
let's see. Thank you. Yes. To whom it may concern, this is Junior. If he is ever lost, the finder will receive $50 reward for not telling anybody about it. Now, that can't be right.
Yes, it is. I know where I live, on Soda Storm Street.
Well, that's the next street over.
Do tell.
Yes, now, here's my name and address in case you're hurt. Now, you take it easy and stay out of traffic.
Okay, goodbye. Goodbye, mister. You was a nice old fellow, wasn't he, huh? Well, I gotta get going now. Let's see, I better hurry up now. Maybe I'll take a shortcut through this yard here. Let's see, open this big gate now. Wonder what that sign says. D-E-W-A-R-E-O-F-D-O-G. Dog. Dog. That last word's dog. Maybe the first part's his name. Yeah. Oh, wonder where the doggy is. Maybe he's asleep. Oh, there he is. There he is. Oh, boy, what a big dog. Whoa, what a cold nose he's got, too. I wonder what would happen if I put my fingers between his jaws. I asked the little boy next door to do that once, and now he don't bite his fingernails anymore. I better stop thinking of such things, or I'll scare me little self, and I don't have Grandma here to bless me little heart. Uh-oh, he's waking up. Here. He's grinning at me. Oh, boy, I wish I was on juvenile jury, then I would know what kind of dog he is. Here, now take it easy, dog. Don't bite me. Don't you bite me now. I ain't had me this temper shot, and you'll get sick now. Now, please, Mr. Dog, don't bite me. Get your nose away from mine. Grandma, dog, come and get me, Grandma. Grandma, you can bring your hair right, too. Don't look at me like that, doggy. Grandma. Maybe I could run and meet him through the gate. Get away now, get away. I got myself out all right, but me little pants is Get away, get your big fangs out of me snuggies, will you? Stop pulling, Oh. I'll never be able to show my face around here again.
Remember, we'll all be back with you next Tuesday at this same time. Led Skelton, David Forrester and his orchestra, Anita Ellis, Verna Felton, Gigi Pearson, Pat McGee, and Wonderful Smith, and yours truly, Rod O'Connor. Until next Tuesday, then.
Red Skelton saying goodbye now, and thanks for listening.
This program has come to you through the worldwide facilities of the United States Armed Forces Radio Service, the voice of information and education.
The Abbott and Costello program. Listen to the music of Freddie Rich and his orchestra, the songs of Connie Haynes. Tonight's guest, the famous columnist, is Hedda Hopper, and starring Bud Abbott and Lou Costello.
Oh, there you are, Costello.
Oh, boy, Abbott, boy, something terrible just happened.
What happened?
Here, read this telegram.
Now, let's see it. It says, your uncle's will has just been read, and you have inherited $3 million. Why, Costello, that's great. What are you crying about, though?
It ain't my telegram. I found it on the street.
Oh.
And I'm mad, sir.
All right, now that's ridiculous. Now listen, as mayor of Sherman Oaks, I've called a meeting at City Hall tonight to decide that we've decided to publish a paper. We need new ideas.
Oh, well, Abbott, I got an idea for your newspaper that'll stand people on their heads.
What's your idea?
Print your paper upside down. That was a funny joke.
All right, never mind that. We don't want no kind of jokes. Just talk sense, please.
Okay, I'll talk sense. Now, look, Abbott, what do you want me to take charge of the paper?
What do you know about the newspaper business?
I wrote a 4-page article in the Examiner this morning on fresh milk. Here, look at it.
4 pages on milk.
4 pages on milk.
I only see 2 lines.
The editor condensed it.
They condensed it.
I didn't have much. It was all just skimmed news.
Skimmed? All right, Costello. You don't know anything about news.
Who don't? Did you know that the Joneses, who live across the street from you, had a fight last night, and Mr. Jones left the house for good?
Are you sure that he left her for good?
I'm positive. He even erased his ring from the bathtub.
Hey, Costello, that's not the kind of news we want. We want stories about important people, celebrities.
Then I'm your man, Abbott.
Now
I'm the kid you're looking
now
for.
You're talking.
Did you know that Ann Sheridan lives right next door to me?
She does?
Yes. And did you know that every morning she sings in the shower?
Costello, that's news.
You said it, and that's not all.
Not all?
No. This morning, when she was singing in the shower...
Yes?
I sneaked out my back door.
Yes, yes.
I tiptoed over close to her house.
Yes, yes.
Brother, can she sing?
Costello, will you please be serious? Oh, here's Ken Niles.
Good evening, Costello. Hello, Mayor Abbott. Say, Bud, I understand you're going to start a newspaper, and I'd like to write a daily column on household pets. I know all about animals.
I'll see you do. Look at that old horse you married.
Now, stop that. I think Ken is just the man to give advice on the care of pets.
Oh, yeah? He gave me a flea cure for my dog. Now I can't find the dog.
Look, all I told you to do was rub the dog down with alcohol.
I did that. The fleas got drunk and dragged the dog away. Now I'll never see my little Girdle again.
Girdle?
Girdle.
How did you happen to name your dog Girdle?
Because we keep him tied up all day and then let him out at night.
Oh. And another thing, Bud, your newspaper will need a woman's touch. You know, my lovely wife is a regular news hawk.
With that beak, she looks more like a pelican. She looks more like a pelican.
Oh, I heard that remark, you fat food filcher.
I said it for you to hear. That's how we bring you in each week.
Oh, so you don't like my face, eh? You want to make something out of it?
Do I want to make something out of it? If I was an Indian, I'd make a totem pole out of it.
Now, Costello.
And I would make you low man.
Aye, Costello, please. Mrs. Niles may be very valuable on our newspaper.
Oh, she may be. This is somebody's line, this is mine. Thank you.
Go ahead. Now, come on.
Yes, sir.
Be a nice boy.
You could put her picture in the weather column.
The weather column? Wait a minute, Costello. What would my wife's picture be doing in the weather column?
After looking at her face, 9 days of rain would be a pleasure. Including electrical storms.
All right, yes.
With thunder.
Yeah. All right, never mind that. Forget about it.
Flash your lights.
All right. Quiet.
Those pleasure nights.
Quiet, Costello. Just a minute now.
It's a puss on that kid.
Now, wait a minute. If Mrs. Niles will accept, I'm going to make her the fashion editor of the Woman's Page.
You've made a wise choice, Mr. Rabbit. Just look at her. Doesn't she dress beautifully?
Oh, Kenneth. Oh, Mr. Rabbit, this is just an old thing that I wear to peel potatoes.
Looks like the old thing the potatoes came in. Oh, nothing. Maybe if you took out some of the potatoes, you wouldn't look so lumpy. I like that one.
Take it easy.
You should talk.
Yes, I should talk. Continue.
You bargain basement blubberhead.
What's the matter? Don't you like the suit I'm wearing?
You call that a suit, huh? It looks like a mistake with sleeves.
I'll say, just look at him. The drape in his coat doesn't even cover the droop in his pants.
Oh, darling, you certainly dusted him off.
Oh, no, sweetheart. You're the one that dusted him off.
Oh, my footsie you really dusted him off.
If Fibber McGee is listening, I'll trade him 2 old dust mops for a can of wax.
Costello, you've got to stop insulting people. You'll never make a newspaper man.
Abbott, I'll be the best reporter you ever saw. I've got some hot news right now.
Yes? What is it?
I just saw Shirley Temple in the drugstore eating a sundae.
You call that hot news?
Certainly. It was a hot fudge sundae.
Oh, don't be silly. I want headline news. News of worldwide importance.
Well, why didn't you say so? Hand me that telephone.
What are you going to do?
Hello, operator. Give me Adolf Hitler in Berlin.
Adolf Hitler?
Yes, he gives me all the news.
No.
Yes.
Hallo, was ist los? Wo sprachen Sie? Könnt ihr das her?
Hello, Adolf. What's new?
Meine Freund und Schweinelhuten nahe zu Tavern!
Is that so?
Im Recht sind genug zu halten Huten, Schweinelhuten, Kitchen. Oh! Sie machen die Tavern! Nummer 6! Und ihr habt so eine kleine Kalt. Oh! Sie machen die Tavern!
Costello, come here. What did Hitler say?
What are you asking me for? Even the Germans can't understand him. Hello, Sherman Oaks Gazette. Reporter Costello speaking.
Costello, this is the editor of the Hollywood Evening Sun. Since you started your newspaper, the circulation of the Evening Sun is going down and down and down.
What about it?
I hate to say, the Evening Sun go down. Good evening, friends.
That Crosby should stick to his gout. What happened to us?
Are you ready to go to press?
Oh, yes. Today I'll press you first.
Oh, don't you press me too tight.
All right, then. You press me. Now I'll press you. Now you press me. Now I'll press you again.
Costello. This is a newspaper office. What are you doing?
Oh, I'm just trying to see if the presses are working.
I'm telling you for the last time, Costello. You've got to stop wasting time around the office. From now on, you're going to be our police reporter.
Police reporter?
Yes. Now, let me explain your duties. Now, let's suppose you're standing on the corner of 1st and Main Street. It's 3 o'clock in the morning.
Am I with a beautiful girl?
Certainly not.
Well, then what am I doing out so late?
All right. You're a police reporter, and you're on duty.
Yes.
Suddenly, a car whizzes around the corner. A girl leaps out and yells, "Help! Help! I'm being kidnapped!"
Oh, boy, kidnappers. That's my meat.
Now, you've got to go after them.
Oh, good. That's my meat.
Oh, there's going to be shooting, murder, and bloodshed.
Oh, boy, I'm a vegetarian.
Never mind that. You must tear after the kidnappers. Where's your car?
Standing over there by the curb.
Oh, new car, old top.
No, old car, new top.
Oh, quiet. Quickly, you jump into your car, and you stop the motor.
Wait a minute, Abbott. First, I got to put on a new pair of pants.
New pants for what?
The guy that sold me the car said I had to put on new seat covers.
No. You go tearing
that one either.
Never mind, I don't like it either. Just keep quiet. You go tearing after the kidnappers. There they are. They're gaining on them. They're gaining on each other. You're in right in back of them. Then what do?
I stop.
Why did you stop?
I'm out of gas.
All right, you're out of gas. Quick. You pull into that filling station and tell the man you want Ethel.
Suppose it's her day off.
Will you stop that? Just tell the man to put Ethel in your car.
Why should he put Ethel in my car? I don't even know the girl.
Look, Costello, all I want you to do is to get tanked up with Ethel.
Tanked up with Ethel?
Yes.
I never even touched the stuff.
Oh, forget it. You get your gas, and away you go again. Suddenly you see the gangster's car. You pull up alongside of them and put on your handbrake.
Put on what?
What do you put on in case of an emergency?
My bathrobe.
Oh, come on. Forget your bathrobe. You crawl out on your running board.
Without my bathrobe?
Yes, without your bathrobe. And jump over to the other car while it is going 90 miles an hour. Whoops.
What happened?
You slipped. You're hanging on by a hair.
Which hair?
What's the difference which hair?
Some of them are falling out.
All right, never mind your hair.
No.
Never mind that. You climb into the kidnapper's car. You knock them right. You knock them left.
Yeah.
You take the girl in your arms.
Good.
She looks up at you tenderly.
Yes.
Her eyes are flutter.
Yes.
She says...
Yes. Good evening, everybody. This is Hedda Hopper. Hello, boys. What's cooking?
A couple of hams. Hey, Abbott, get this dame out of here. Now, come on. Tell me some more about the girl that I'm saving.
Quiet, Costello. This lady really is Hedda Hopper, the famous columnist. Don't you know Hedda Hopper?
Don't I know Hedda Hopper? I know her whole family.
You do?
I went to school with her brother, Hippity.
Hippity?
Yeah, Hippity Hopper.
Oh.
And her sister works at a drive-in, Car Hopper.
Oh, shut up.
She's got an uncle that's a waiter, Table Hopper.
Oh.
I met her husband, Grass.
Grasshopper, all right.
Oh, yeah, Grasshopper.
Pay no attention to him, Hedda. You know, Hedda, yeah, really, you look very charming tonight.
Oh, thank you, Bud. And you're as handsome as you are tall.
Hey, what about me?
Well, you're as handsome as you're tall, Shorty.
Shorty? Don't talk to me like that, Hopper, or I'll bust your vacuum cleaner.
Now, what would I be doing with a vacuum cleaner?
Where else could you get all that dirt?
Don't talk like that, Costello, or Miss Hopper will never put you in her column.
Well, she don't have to. I'll give her my own news. Hey, Hedda, did you know that Hoosers who was out with Watsons over at you-know-who's? And they said so-and-so about, whatchamacallit?
You know, I heard about that.
You did?
Yes, but this is the first time I ever got the details.
Hedda, I invited you over here tonight to offer you a job of gossip columnist on our new paper, the Sherman Oaks Gazette.
Oh, thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'd be so happy to help you out. I know everything that's going on in Hollywood, New York, Chicago, Philadelphia, Boston.
Nosy old dame, ain't she?
Costello, gossip is Miss Hopper's business.
I know all about her business. She peeks through keyholes.
Costello, I do not peek through keyholes.
Then how come you're only bloodshot in one of your eyes?
Now, be careful what you say, Costello.
I am. I ain't going to give her a chance to talk about me. I don't think. Where am I? I see my place. Thank you. Okay. I got it. Now listen here, Rabbit. If Hedda Hopper goes out to work in the Sherman Oaks Gazette, I quit.
That's better.
I should make it bigger print. You can't see. She's got to prove to me that she can write a gossip column.
Costello, Hedda has wonderful contacts. She has a host of friends.
That's right. I know Cary Grant from the RKO lot, Hedy Lamarr from the Metro lot, Bing Crosby from the Paramount lot.
Yes, but do you know Cockeyed Louie?
Where's he from?
From the parking lot.
Oh, Costello, shut up.
Here's little Connie Haynes to sing the lovely new tune, Spring Will Be...
Hello, Sherman Oaks Gazette. Lou Costello speaking. What's that? You're in trouble again? No, I'm not going to help you anymore. You're always getting in jams, and I'm always getting you out. This is the end. I'm not getting you out of any more trouble. Goodbye.
Costello, who is that?
Dick Tracy. He's having a lot of trouble lately with Flat Top.
All right, quiet. Did you get any advertising today for our paper?
Yes, I just got a classified ad.
What does it say?
Rented.
Rented?
That late. Let it alone.
Wait a minute. Didn't you get any advertisings?
Yeah, here it is right here.
What is it?
Man with income tax blank. Would like to meet lady with income.
Oh. Costello, do you realize that the first edition of the Gazette goes to press at midnight, and we haven't got a big front page story yet?
Where's the editor of this paper? I've got to see him. I've got a great story.
Take it easy, pal. What's the yarn?
I've just become the father of triplets.
Hey, would you mind repeating that?
Not if I can help it.
Costello, we're wasting time. I've got to have a story.
I'll tell you a story, Abbott. Once there was a traveling salesman.
Hey, no, not that story.
Yes, please.
Never mind.
Good evening, boys.
Oh, it's Hedda Hopper.
Are you ready to go to press?
Yes, come on, Hedda. First I'll press you. Come on, now you press me.
No. Costello, you can't do that to Miss Hopper.
Now you keep out of this. I belong to the press club.
Oh.
Come on, Hedda. Let's test those presses again. Boy, you sure can be happy with your nest egg.
What nest egg?
Don't tell me that thing on your head is a hat.
Now, Costello.
What time do you feed it?
Just a minute. Don't make fun of Miss Hopper's hat. She's famous for her hats.
Oh, this hat I'm wearing I got at Saks Fifth Avenue. At $50, it's a good buy.
Yes. Goodbye, $50. What time do you expect it to go south?
Now, look. Look, you two. I hate to interrupt, but our newspaper goes to press in 2 hours, and we still haven't got a big front page story.
Oh, that reminds me. I can tell you how to get a great story. My dear friend, the Duchess of Frappingham, has just arrived in Hollywood, and she's having a big housewarming tonight. The whole Blue Book has been invited. Meet me there, and I'll introduce you to the right people.
But how are we going to get in?
Well, aren't you in Who's Who?
No, I'm in Who's This?
Well, you both join me at the Duchess of Frappingham's, and I'm sure you'll get a story. I'll see you later, boys.
Well, here we are, Costello. The Duchess of Frappingham's. Now remember, mind your manners. When they pass the food, say I'm not hungry. When they pass the drinks, say I'm not thirsty.
Okay, but when they pass the girls, I'm going to ad-lib.
Now, quiet, now. Now, be careful how you act, Costello. We must get a story for our paper from the Duchess. Now, let's go on in.
Okay. Boy. Hey, Abbott, this is some party.
Yes, it's very classy. Look, here's the butler announcing the guests. Listen.
Presenting Lord and Lady Fotheringay from Stratford-on-Avon, the Duke of Lockenbridge from Terrington on the Thames,
Luke Costello from Dribbling on the Bib, Egg on the Chin, and Gravy on the Vest. Sloppy, ain't I?
Oh, shut up, Costello.
Gentlemen, may I have your cards, please? And John. Young Bud Abbott, Mayor of Sherman Oaks.
And here's my card.
But, sir, this is a baseball with nothing on it.
That's me. Nothing on the ball.
I'm sorry, gentlemen. You have no invitation. I cannot admit you.
Wait a minute. There's Hedda Hopper over there. She knows ours. Hey, Hedda! Tell this flunky who we are.
Heathcliff?
Yes, madam.
I don't even know these bums.
Bums? I come from society. I beg your pardon, Miss Hopper, but I rub shoulders with Mrs. Vanderbilt, and I rub shoulders with Mrs. Oster, and I rub shoulders with Mrs. Whitney.
You rub shoulders with them?
Yes, and when my back stopped itching, I walked away.
Heathcliff?
Heathcliff, what a name. Heathcliff. Oh, Heathcliff. Rebecca. That's from Withering Tights.
Heathcliff.
Heard you the first time.
Throw those two bums out.
It will be a pleasure, madam.
Oh, Abbott. Abbott! I think my leg's broken. When I bite it, I can't feel anything.
You're biting my leg.
I wondered why there wasn't any meat on it.
Oh, boys, come on over here.
Hey, it's Hedda Hopper. Hedda, what happened?
Come in through the side door. I couldn't let you in the front way without an invitation. Now come with me and I'll introduce you to the Earl of Buckingham, the Earl of Brittenham, and the Earl of Cunningham.
That's a lot of Earl.
That's a lot of ham.
My, Miss Hopper, this place is certainly furnished beautifully.
Oh, everything comes from England. All this furniture is covered with mohair. The sofas are covered with mohair, the chairs, everything's covered with mohair.
It's a wonder Moe's got any hair left. He's got more hair than you have, Abbott.
All right, quiet.
That chair over there looks better dressed than us.
Hey, look. Heather, we've got to get a story. Where's the Duchess?
There she is, talking to some friends in the trophy room.
Hey, Abbott, look at that big stuffed moose head by the fireplace.
Shh, that's the Duchess.
Her antlers fooled me.
Oh, now come along and I'll introduce you. Oh, Duchess, may I present Abbott and Costello of the Sherman Oaks Gazette? Oh, how do you do?
Look out, Abbott! She's seasick!
She must have had a rough trip coming over here from pinball on the tilt. Hello, Ducky. Listen, I got to get a story. I'm going to press.
Going to press? Oh, I love that. But you press me, and I'll press you, and you press me.
Here we go again, Abbott.
Cut it out, Costello. Get the story.
Oh, I think journalism is too divine.
It's too divine.
It's too divine. Yes, it's too.
Train leaving on track 5.
Woo! 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 And now let the Duchess tell you. And now let the Duchess tell you her story.
Yes. Mr. Costello, this party celebrates the anniversary of my debut. I came out in 1912.
On parole?
Costello!
And in honor of this occasion, I'm wearing the same gown. This is my coming out dress.
Oh, it is. If I had a shoehorn, I'd shove you back in again.
Oh, what an insult. Heathcliff, throw these bounders out.
That will be a pleasure, madam. Come on now, out with you. Hey,
Get out! Put it out! Put it out!
Oh.
He can't do that to me. I'm going to tell that guy a thing or two.
Are you back again?
Yes, I'm back again.
Now, look, I've thrown you out of here twice. The first time I blackened your eyes and broke 3 of your ribs.
That's right.
And the second time, I knocked out your front teeth and fractured your skull and collarbone.
That's right.
Then what are you doing back here again?
I just want to show you there's no hard feelings.
Oh, come on, Costello. We've got to go to press.
Not with you. You don't even appeal to me.
Oh, get out of here.
Okay.
Well, Costello, don't forget our guests next week will be Blondie and Dagwood Bumstead.
Oh, I know that Dagwood very well. He gets in a lot of trouble, don't he, Abbott?
What do you mean?
I went to grammar school with him. Once he came home with hives, and the teacher threw him out.
No, they can't throw you out of school for having hives.
These hives had bees in them.
Oh, quiet. Good night, folks.
Good night.
Good night.
Ladies and gentlemen, the secret word tonight is sky. S-K-Y.
Really? You bet your life. The DeSoto Plymouth Dealers of America present Groucho Marx in You Bet Your Life, the comedy quiz series produced and transcribed from Hollywood. And here he is, the one, the only...
I wonder whatever happened to that red-headed girl. Oh, that's me, Groucho Marx. Thank you. Well, here I am again with $1,500 for one of our couples tonight. George Fenneman has placed a try for it.
Just before we went on the air, we asked if there were any young people present who'd like to get married someday. Our studio audience selected Miss Frankie Costello and policeman Bob Selman, and here they are. Folks, meet Groucho Marx.
Welcome, kids, for the DeSoto Plymouth Dealers. And if one of you says the secret word, he wins $100 in cash. It's a common word, something you see every day. Miss Costello?
That's right.
Frank, I'll call you Frankie, huh?
Yes?
Where are you from, Frankie?
I was born somewhere on Brooklyn Avenue here in Los Angeles.
What do you mean you were born somewhere along Brooklyn Avenue?
Well, we were going to the hospital, and I know that on my birth certificate it just says Brooklyn Avenue.
Do you root for the Dodgers? How old are you, Frankie?
25.
Very young-looking girl for 25. And you're a policeman?
Yes, sir.
Mr. Selman, Bob Selman.
Yes, sir.
How old are you?
I'm 27, Groucho.
Mm-hmm. Where are you from?
I was born on Lake Superior, in Duluth, Minnesota.
You were born on Lake Superior?
Yeah, on the lake.
What are you, a whitefish? What do you mean you were born on Lake Superior?
Well, I was born on Lake Superior. My folks were on a fishing trip, and...
Did your old man go on fishing while he was there? And what do you do for a living?
I'm a librarian.
Uh-huh. What kind of a librarian are you?
Public librarian.
Now, what's the difference between a public library and a private library?
Well,
I have a library at home.
Well, when we
I don't have any books in it, but it's a good place to hide booze.
Well, when we think of a private library...
Do you think very often of a private library?
Well, private libraries are usually corporation libraries. They have sort of a restricted clientele, but we like to see everybody at the public library.
I always think of a private library, you know. I always think of a kind of an elderly man in a smoking jacket sitting there with a knife in his back. And usually around midnight. They never read, those fellas. They're always sitting there with knives in their back. You're not married, huh?
No, I'm not married.
Bob, why aren't you married?
Not on my salary, Groucho.
Would you like to get married, Bob?
Someday I plan to, yes, sir.
When?
Well, as soon as I can afford it.
You mean you're going to stay a bachelor all your life? Have you ever thought of including Frankie here in your plans?
Well, I just met her, Groucho.
Well, you're a cop, aren't you? Wait till she breaks the law and then pinch her. And Miss Costello will tell you a thing or two. You're still a policeman, aren't you, Bob?
Yes, sir.
What kind of a cop are you?
I'm a probationary officer.
You're on probation? Why is that?
Well, you're on your probation, Groucho, until you've proven yourself to your superior officers.
You're under constant observation?
Yes, sir. I'm under constant observation.
Mm-hmm. You mean you're cracked?
No, sir. I have to prove myself first.
You have to watch yourself every minute, huh?
Watch myself every minute.
And while you're admiring yourself in the clothing store, across the street, the crooks are robbing the bank, I suppose. Miss Costello, what do you think of a man who's half cracked, under observation, and goes around pinching people?
I think he's cute.
I may be wrong, Bob, but it seems to me that you're more than casually interested in Frankie here. Why don't you ask her phone number? Go ahead. Don't be bashful.
I already have it, Groucho.
See, Frankie, the long arm of the law is slipping around your waist already. Frankie, truly, does he really have your phone number?
Yes, Groucho.
Why'd you give it to him, huh?
I don't know. He asked me. I'm just answering questions.
Ah, the training these young policemen get nowadays. Remember, she's a librarian there now, Bob.
Yes,
she can read you like a book. Well, I've kidded our policeman tonight, but he knows I didn't mean a word of it. I'm sure we've become old and trusted friends, Bob.
Yes, sir.
And eventually we'll spend a lot of time together. Now, in just 1 minute, the two of you will play You Bet Your Life for the DeSoto Plymouth $1,500 question.
Drive a DeSoto before you decide. All across the country, prospective car owners are doing just that. They're thrilling to the beauty and performance of this new DeSoto. For here is a car with not just a few new features, but one that is really a new model from bumper to bumper. Start at the front of this car and feast your eyes on DeSoto's brand new full-width front grille. A beautiful grille that gives the car a look of power its high-compression engine so justly deserves. Look at those newly styled rear fenders and see how they add sweep and grace to the entire appearance of the car. Look through that rear window, which is larger and also has been lowered to make the visibility far better. And then take this new DeSoto out on the road. Remember, it's the car that lets you drive without shifting. Note its bigger brakes that stop you with far less effort. Feel how easy it is to drive and to steer. Yes, drive a DeSoto before you decide. Tomorrow, see the all-new DeSoto at your authorized DeSoto Plymouth dealers.
Now let's see if a policeman and a librarian will get the chance at the $1,500. Fenneman, bring them up to date on the rules.
Each of our three couples has $20. They bet as much of that 20 as they want in each of 4 questions. The couple that earns the most money gets a chance at the DeSoto Plymouth $1,500 question at the end of the show. Our other 2 couples are in the waiting room off stage, so they don't know what's happening out here.
You're nothing on me, Fenneman. I don't know what's going on out here either. Here we go. Let's see how high I can build you $20. You selected stars in current movies as your category. Is that right? Here's your first question. You have $20. How much are you going to try?
10.
Who plays opposite Rhonda Fleming in The Great Lover?
Bob Hope.
Bob Hope is correct.
And they're off to a good start with $30.
Now you got $30. How much are you going to try?
10.
Talk
20.
Remember, you're going for $1,500 tonight. Who is the star of 12 O'Clock High?
Gregory Peck.
Gregory Peck is right.
They're on their way now. They have $50.
Here's your third question. You got 50. How much are you going to try at the 50?
$30.
Who plays opposite George Brent and Robert Young in Bride for Sale?
Clyde Colbert.
Claudette Colbert is right.
They're really on their way now. They have $80, Groucho.
How much of the 80 will you try?
20 enough?
You're way up.
80.
All of it?
Okay. Who co-stars with Wanda Hendricks and Orson Welles in Prince of Foxes?
Tyrone Power.
Tyrone Power. And they wind up with $160.
Thanks and good luck from the DeSoto Plymouth dealer. Stick around now. You still might get the chance at the big question.
Groucho, the secret word is still Sky. Perhaps our next couple will say it.
Well, who is next?
A television expert and a housewife, selected by our studio audience just before we went on the air. And here they come. Mrs. Olive Rusuck and Mr. Clifford Wong meet Groucho Marx.
Welcome, folks, for the DeSoto Plymouth dealers. And if one of you says the secret word, he wins $100 in cash. It's a common word, something you see every day. Mrs. Oliver Rusuck, is that right?
Russick.
Russick. Where are you from?
I'm from Rock Island, Illinois.
And you, Mr. Wong? You're in television?
That's right.
It isn't often we have people from show business here. What shows are you on, Mr. Wong?
I'm not on any show.
Oh, out of work, eh? What was your last television job?
Well, I repaired a console set this afternoon.
Let me get this straight. You fix television sets?
That's right.
Well, what makes television work?
Well, both the sync pulses and the blanking pulses were transmitted by the transmitting station. It's transmitted on the horizontal polarized plane, and it's received by the receiver. And it's detected at the...
Well, I think the secret of television is pretty safe with you, huh? Mrs. Russick, let's forget the whole thing. What does your husband do, Mrs. Russick?
He's an ex-musician.
An ex-musician?
Uh-huh.
We've got 15 of them back here.
Good place for him to join, wouldn't it?
What do you mean he's an ex-musician? Does he make a living not playing an instrument?
Yes.
What does he do now?
He's working for the school board now.
Does he play xylophone?
Oh, no. Once in a while.
What did he play before?
He played a banjo.
Did he woo you with the banjo?
Uh-huh.
How?
Well, and that isn't how I met him. My father lived on a farm, and I was visiting him, and I wanted to learn how to drive the car, but he didn't want to teach me, so he was taking a nap, and that afternoon, he was going to have this young lad come and help him with the haying. And
this is the Eddie Peabody character.
Yes. So when he came and my father was asleep, he decided he might as well take a nap, too, so he crawled up on the haystack. And so I was out driving the car around in the hayfield, because that way I wouldn't hit anybody or anything, and so I run into the haystack. And I bounced him out, and he landed on the hood of the car in front of the windshield. And that's how I met him.
Did he have his banjo with him at the time?
No,
Now, Clifford Wong, I'll just call you Static, huh? Tell me, as a television repairman, just what do you do?
Repair television sets.
Who do you work for, Mr. Wong?
Muntz Television.
Well, if you had to do it over again, would you go into the television business, Mr. Wong?
Yes, I think I will, but only on your side of the business is where there's money involved.
You want to be where I am, where the money is that it? All right, you asked for it. Go ahead. This is your program, huh? You're the comedian. I'm the contestant. Go ahead. Interview me. Think this is such a soft racket? You try it for a while.
All right. What's your name?
Puddin' Tame. Ask me again, and I'll tell you the same.
Well, what do you do?
How do you like it? Go ahead. Ask me another question.
What do you usually do for a living?
I'm in television. I fix television sets. Now, since you're me, go ahead. Tell a joke, huh?
Well, I tell you, something funny happened to me on the way to the studio tonight.
Well, there's going to be a lot of radios going to need fixing after this.
Well,
go ahead, shoot, Mr. Wong.
Well, on my way to the studio tonight, a man stopped me. Says, could you let me have 30 cents so I could be with my family? Feeling sorry for the man, I handed him 30 cents. I says, where is your family? This is the answer he gave me, in the movies.
How old a man was he? Do you remember?
No, I don't.
What was the movie? Do you remember that?
Tell me.
Now, you were going to tell us a joke. Go ahead with the joke. Huh?
That is the joke.
That's the joke? Okay, have it your own way. Huh? What do you do for a living?
I repair television sets.
Well, stick to it. That's where the big money is. Well, after talking to you two, I'm convinced television is still around the corner. Now, let's see if you can run your $20 into more than the other two couples and get a crack at the DeSoto Plymouth $1,500 question later. I can't tell you how much they won, but George Fenneman is off stage to remind our listeners.
The policeman and the librarian won $160.
Here we go. Let's see how high you can build your $20. What question category did you select?
A.
Music by Jimmy McHugh. Is that right? Mm-hmm. And how much are you going to risk?
Shall we bet 10?
Talk right up into the microphone now.
10.
Because Bing Crosby is listening, and we don't want old Baldy to miss anything here. You're going to bet $10. Here's your first question. Jerry Fielding plays. You give me the name of the song. Play, Jerry.
Side of the street.
On the sunny side of the street. $30. Okay, now you got $30. Remember, you're going for $1,500 tonight. How much of the 30 will you try?
20.
How much? $20. What is the name of this song? What is the answer you two have decided upon, huh? Take a stab at it.
Sky, isn't it?
Riding around that haystack certainly made you lucky, Mr. Crosby. You just said sky, and that's the secret word tonight, so you win $100 in cash, compliments of the DeSoto Plymouth Dealers of America. By the way, the name of that song is I Feel a Song Coming On. They have practically nothing outside of that $100.
$10, Groucho.
You've sunk down to $10, and here's your third question. How much of the 10 are you going to bet?
I will bet $5.
$5. Give me the title of this McHugh song. Okay, Jerry?
Don't blame me.
Don't blame me.
$15, Groucho.
Now you're riding down the roller coaster. You got 15 smackers. Here's your last chance to beat the other couples. How much will you bet?
Let's bet it on.
Here we go. What's the name of this song?
I can't give you anything but love, baby.
Stop. And they wind up with $30. Thanks and good luck from the DeSoto Plymouth Dealers. All right, let's have our third couple, George, and it won't be long before we know who gets the big question. Who's ahead so far, Fenneman?
The librarian and the policeman with $160. And the secret word is still sky. We invited some auctioneers and some square dance callers to the show tonight, and here comes the couple selected just before we went on the air. Auctioneer Ken Porter and square dance caller Irene Hanford meet Groucho Marx.
Welcome to You Bet Your Life, folks, and if one of you says the DeSoto Plymouth secret word, he wins $100 in cash instantly. It's a common word, something you see every day. We have an auctioneer and a square dance caller, eh? Miss Irene Hanford?
That's right.
You're a square dance caller, is that right?
Yes, I am.
Mm-hmm. Isn't that a kind of a peculiar occupation for a woman?
Well, it might be, but I think women can do anything men can.
You really think so, huh? I'd like to see you get into the steam room at the Yacht Club. Where are you from, Irene?
Los Angeles.
And are you married?
No, I'm not. I'm a miss.
You're a miss, huh? Well, a miss is as good as a mile. I always say. No, I don't always say that. In fact, I never say that. I haven't said that in years. You're the auctioneer, Mr. Porter? Where are you from?
I'm from Champaign, Illinois.
How long have you been in California, Mr. Porter?
Well, I settled here in about 1945.
What'd you settle for, 90 cents on the... As an auctioneer, 90 cents on the dollar, I suppose. Are you married, or haven't you ever felt yourself going, gone? Huh?
Yes, I'm married.
You are married, huh? How'd you meet your wife? Did you pick her up at an auction?
When I got my discharge out of Klamath Falls, Oregon, I came down here to visit.
Out of where?
Klamath Falls, Oregon.
What were you doing up there?
I was in rehabilitation camp up there.
Oh. What do you do in a rehabilitation camp?
Well, I was a Marine Corps. They was getting me ready for the public, I guess.
What would you say is the most important qualification for an auctioneer?
Well, 95% of it is psychology, softening up the people,
Well, is that what you use the hammer for?
No, I mean, you gotta, tell jokes.
I'm still trying to recover from the last joke. Okay, let's hear one of the jokes. Just a small one now. Say about a $2 purchase, huh?
I don't mean that. I mean, you gotta soften the crowd up, not with a joke, but sort of in a saying, like if they're not bidding, just tell them if they're dead, why don't they lay down? Or...
That's a nice joke, I think, to say. Have any of them ever taken you up on that offer? How does an auction work, Mr. Porter?
Well, you bring up an article and you explain it. For instance, if you're selling a cow, a piece of furniture, diamond ring, or anything like that, you explain it. And tell
you have
them
to explain a cow to the audience? How do you explain a cow? I'd like to hear it. How many bids are needed to sell an item, man?
2 bids, sir. 1 bid doesn't make an auction.
Well, how do you know when to stop the bidding?
Or when they quit bidding.
This is after you tell them to lie down on the floor and drop dead? Is that... Where do you do your hawking or auctioneering?
Well, I auction at Auction City, and...
There is really a city called Auction City?
Yes, sir. It's the biggest one in the world.
Well, I'm kind of curious to hear you give your pitch. Suppose I got a $1,000 diamond ring here, and I want you to sell it for me. Now, you go ahead and sell it.
All right, here's a very gorgeous diamond ring, ladies and gentlemen. What are you going to give Hardy it? All right, down to $25 bidding now, $30 now, $30 bidding now, $5 now, $35 bidding now, $40 board. Now, ladies and gentlemen...
You forgot to say drop dead, huh? I notice you raise your hand when you're doing that chanting. Why do you do that? Do you want to ask a question?
No. It helps you pick up bids.
Oh, I thought maybe then you want to go to the bid room, huh? Well, Irene, I'm nuts about typesickery. I've never gone square dancing. Could you describe a typical dance?
Well, you want an easy one or a complicated one?
Well, say about medium, huh? Tell those, Irene, huh?
Well, how about...
Throw your inhibitions out the window.
Well, the first and third couples lead out to the right in circle 4. And they go once around, and the working gents go home.
Did you say the working gents go home?
Yeah.
Well, then who do they dance with? You've only started, and the men leave already?
And the girls, their partners, are left on the side with the other 2 gents in 2 lines of 3.
Well, there's 2 gents that didn't go home, huh? They don't like it at home, huh? Well, tell me, Gallicurci, could you call a square dance?
Well, I might give you just the way one might start. Okay. You always start out with an element left and a grand right and left, you know. So you might start out, well, swing your honey high and low when you keep on swinging that calico. Now it's element left with the old left hand. Right to your honey, go right and left grand. Hand over hand all around that ring, and a hand over hand with the dear little thing, and you beat your honey and promenade.
That's pretty good. I kind of like that, huh? Now, suppose you wanted to set up an auction across the street from a square dance, and you wanted to take that crowd away from it. Now, how about you starting your auction, and you do your square dance, and let's see how the two... Now, 1, 2, 3, go!
All right, now, $75 bid now, $80 board, $80 bid now.
Quiet, quiet! Anybody wants to make a phone call, this is the time to do it, right? Well, I've learned a lot about America tonight, and it won't be long before we're investigated. Now, you're going to play the DeSoto Plymouth game, you bet your life. If you beat the other couples, you'll get a crack at the $1,500 question. I can't tell you how much they won, but George is off stage to remind our listeners.
The policeman and the librarian are still ahead with $160.
Here we go. You have $20. Let's see how high I can build you $20. You selected famous animals as your category. Okay, how much of the 20 you're going to try, and talk right into the microphone and loud?
$10.
What animal do you associate with Lady Godiva?
Horse.
A horse is correct. They're on their way with $30. I'd rather associate with Lady Godiva than the horse. Okay, now you got $30. Remember, you're going for $1,500 tonight. How much of the 30 will you try?
25 is better.
25. Okay, 25.
What kind of animals do you associate with the Pied Piper?
Mice.
Rats.
They're climbing. They have $55,
Well,
Groucho.
they're both rodents, so I guess we'll give you How much you going to bet? You have $55.
45.
$45. What animal do you associate with Jonah?
A whale.
The whale is right.
They're really climbing. They have $100.
Well, that was a whale of finance, and now you have $100, and here's your last chance to beat the other couples. How much of the 100 will you bet? You going to shoot the works? What animal do you associate with Romulus and Remus?
Wolf.
A wolf is right.
And they wind up with $200. And that means the auctioneer and the square dance caller get the chance at the DeSoto Plymouth $1,500 question. If you're thinking of buying a new car, remember this. Now, more than ever, the beautiful new Plymouth is the car that likes to be compared. Because the new Plymouth is the low-priced car most like high-priced cars. It's packed with value and ready to prove it now at your DeSoto Plymouth dealers. Check the value in this great new car yourself, feature by feature, against that of any other leading low-priced car. Compare the convenience of the new Plymouth's ignition key starting, the soaring power of its high-compression engine, the velvety comfort of its improved air pillow ride, the quick, sure stops of its safeguard hydraulic brakes, and many other features exclusive with the great new Plymouth. You'll discover that this beautiful new Plymouth offers you a truly sensational new high for value in the low-priced field. Tomorrow, see the American beauty, the great new Plymouth at your DeSoto Plymouth dealers. And while you're there, don't miss the brilliant new DeSoto as well, a car that's truly new, the finest car that has ever borne the name DeSoto. Learn why your DeSoto Plymouth dealer is so proud of these two superb cars, the great new Plymouth and the brilliant new DeSoto. And here is the auctioneer and the square dance caller, the winning couple, all ready for the DeSoto Plymouth $1,500 question, Groucho.
How about it, kids? You nervous?
Slightly.
You're both professional talkers now. This is the time to talk up. All right, here we go for $1,500. I'll give you 15 seconds to decide on one single answer between you, so think carefully and please, no help from the audience. Here it is. Abraham Lincoln was our tallest president, standing 6'4" in his stocking feet. For $1,500, tell me, who was our shortest president? What's the answer you two have decided upon?
Ulysses Grant?
No, I'm sorry. It was James Madison, who was 5'4". So that means the big question next week will be worth $2,000. Well, you lost the big money, but you won $200 in the quiz. Congratulations, and thanks to both of you.
You Bet Your Life is a John Goodell production, transcribed from Hollywood, directed by Bob Dwan and Bernie Smith. Music by Jerry Fielding. Be sure to tune in again next Wednesday night at this time for the Groucho Marx Show, You Bet Your Life, presented by the more than 3,000 DeSoto Plymouth dealers of America. And remember, all dealers who sell DeSoto also sell Plymouth, two great cars, both products of the Chrysler Corporation. And don't forget, next week the big question will be worth $2,000.
Well, it's almost time for Bing Crosby, so good night, folks. And remember, just be sure to see your DeSoto Plymouth dealer.
Folks, here's a reminder. A dime seems like a lot of money to a small child, especially when that dime is part of the money you give the March of Dimes, and that child is a victim of infantile paralysis. Send all the dimes and dollars you can spare to your local March of Dimes headquarters. This is George Fenneman signing off for the more than 3,000 DeSoto Plymouth dealers from coast to coast.
Well, sir, it's early evening as we enter the small house halfway up in the next block now, and here in the living room we find Mr. and Mrs. Victor Gook and their son, Mr. Rush Gook. This last named individual is established at the library table reading aloud from a volume of vigorous fiction. His father and mother, seated side by side on the davenport, listen without enthusiasm.
Third Lieutenant Stanley winked, smirked, and adjusted his cravat. "Where are those couple kisses you promised me?" he cried. Lady Margaret Pinkin. She dug the toe of one fashionable French boot in the sand and lowered her heavy eyelashes so that the handsome young officer could not see the misty loveliness beneath. Suddenly, a near-splitting scream was heard, and a Comanche Indian chief emerged from the shrubbery. Third Lieutenant Stanley produced his automatic revolver, fired twice, and the red scoundrel toppled to the ground. Lady Margaret swooned away. The handsome young...
Hey.
Yeah?
Vic, I was supposed to call Mr. Sludge.
Are you?
Yes, and completely forgot. Darn it, he'll think I'm a fine one.
What's the reason
Well, Miss
for your
Harris
call?
is spending the night with her sister in Carlock, and both her other roomers are in Chicago, and that leaves Mr. Sludge in the house all by himself. I promised I'd invite him here to sleep.
Why?
Because he's scared to be alone.
Oh, that
Well, he's so timid. Miss Harris told me he wouldn't any more stay in the house alone all night than a horse. I said I'd get in touch with him and see if he wanted to sleep on our davenport. I better do it right now.
What kind of a mollycoddle is this, Sludge?
He's timid. Scared to stay alone in that big house all night.
Well, the guy's 40 years old, ain't he?
43, but he's a mama's boy.
Shucks.
6264L, please. Yes. This is all right with you, ain't it?
Sure.
Miss Harris goes out of her way to be nice to me all the time. I like to do her a favor when I can. What time is it?
Oh, must be about...
8 o'clock.
Oh, I bet he's over there crying right this minute. It's dark out and everything, and he's probably just panic-stricken.
The man is feeble-minded.
No, he's not.
43 years old and afraid of the dark?
Well, lots of fellas are afraid of the dark. It's like I say, he's a mama's boy. Wonder why he don't answer.
Maybe he's in bed with the covers pulled up over his ears.
A cowering in a corner.
Certainly don't look like he's going to answer.
Suppose he went to a hotel?
Could have. Well, might as well hang up, I guess. Darn it, and I promised Miss Harris. She'll think I'm a dandy.
Why didn't Sludge telephone here?
Bashfulness stopped him, probably. Will you go look out the kitchen window and see if there's any lights on over at Harris's?
Okay.
I bet he did go to a hotel. Poor fella.
Brother Sludge, I'm afraid, is in for a lot of heartbreak before he shuffles off this mortal coil. Any big ox his age is scared to stay in the house alone.
Well, he's been babied all his life. His mother and sister treated him like cut glass ever since he was born. I can understand why he's timid and shy.
There's lights over there.
What?
I didn't catch it.
What'd you say, Raj?
There's a light burning in Mr. Sludge's bedroom.
There's a light burning in Mr. Sludge's bedroom.
Well, then he is home.
Hmm.
Probably afraid to answer the telephone.
You going to call him again?
Yeah. Poor fella, I bet he's crying and sobbing to beat the band. If you don't answer this time, either you or Rush will have to go after him.
Oh, hey.
Sure. 6264L, please.
Pipe down, horse.
Yes.
Your mother's using the telephone.
He probably won't answer.
Well, if he's too timid to answer a half-wit telephone, he is in a bad way.
Poor fella.
There's a light in Mr. Sludge's bedroom and also a light in the downstairs hallway.
You didn't see any signs of him, did you?
Uh-uh.
Well, looks like he's not going to answer. Rush, you want to run across the alley and tell him you're... hello? Hello, Mr. Sludge. This is Miss Brooke, Mr. Sludge. Yes. What? Oh, all right. He is crying.
Well?
Asked me to wait a second while he blew his nose. I can hear him sniffling and sobbing.
By George, if I was that big a sister.
Yes, Mr. Sludge. Oh, there, you'll be all right. Well, don't cry anymore, Mr. Sludge.
Guy is an idiot.
He's a pretty darn good bowler.
Oh, there, Mr. Sludge.
I've seen him bowl down at the YMCA. 6 strikes in a row is nothing.
Do you feel better now? Uh-huh. Well, Mr. Sludge, reason I'm calling, did Miss Harris tell you I was going to... Uh-huh. Uh-huh. Well, it completely slipped my mind. Yes. Yes, well, would you like to? Fine. No, wouldn't inconvenience us a bit. We have a comfortable Davenport, and I'll fix you up with a pillow and blankets and... Uh-huh. Well, we'll look for you then. Any time that suits you. Surely. That's fine then, Mr. Sludge. You bet. Goodbye. Fella.
I hope you don't weep during the night and disturb my rest.
He'll be all right.
People, here's the excitement I promised you. Third Lieutenant Stanley disarmed the savage redskin and prepared to cope with 16 additional braves who were approaching on horseback. Lady Margaret had taken refuge behind a tree. Have I got time for a couple kisses before these Indians attack me? Sang out the handsome young officer. The beautiful woman Pinkin.
Oh, she's always pinking.
Beautiful woman Pinkin. Brandishing her dainty parasol, she...
Telephone is ringing.
Bluetooth Johnson, most likely.
Answer and see.
Bluetooth threatened to call. Said he had something of a very private and very trivial nature to discuss.
Could be Fred and Ruthie.
500?
Yeah, I doubt it, though. It's past 8 o'clock.
Oh? Yes? Yes, I believe she is. Just a second.
Miss Sambon?
Mr. Sludge.
Oh, really?
Still got a sob in his voice. May I speak with your mother, please?
Somebody ought to paste Brother Sludge one upside the snoot and knock some of that craziness out of him.
Yes? Yes, Mr. Sludge. Why, of course. No, not at all. Bring your things. No, you're perfectly welcome. Certainly. All right, fine, Mr. Sludge. Surely. All right. Goodbye, Mr. Sludge.
What do you want this trip?
Asked if he could use our kitchen sink. He's got a few things he'd like to wash out before he goes to bed.
Oh, shucks.
Socks and handkerchiefs, I imagine.
When's he coming over?
Never said. Directly, I expect.
Is he all over his cry?
Sounded quite cheerful.
I noticed a tremor in his voice.
Did you?
May I speak with your mother, please?
Well, he's always a little quavery. Like just now. I want to wash out a few things, if I may, Miss Cook.
Guy 43 years old, afraid to stay by himself in a house all night.
Well, that's just the mama's boy coming out.
Mm-hmm.
Well, a beautiful woman, Pinkin, brandishing her dainty parasol, she stepped over the body of the prostrate Indian and advanced towards Third Lieutenant Stanley. The handsome young officer guffawed in embarrassment. Going to give me a couple kisses, hey? He tittered. Yes, and a hug, too, said the courageous girl. At that moment, a rattlesnake slithered across the clearing.
I don't suppose you want to give Mr. Sludge your bed, do you?
Uh-uh.
Be nice if you offered it.
Uh-uh. At that moment, a rattlesnake slithered across the clearing.
He's a pretty tall man to sleep on the Davenport.
Huh?
You sleep comfortable on the Davenport?
Oh, heck, Mom, I want my own bed.
All right.
At that moment, a rattlesnake slithered across the clearing. Lady Margaret uttered a piercing scream and swooned dead away.
Well, she just got through swooning dead away.
Uh-huh. The handsome young officer lunged at the reptile and seized it by its ugly head. A moment later, its lifeless body dangled from a nearby tree. By this time, the 16 savages were only 100 yards away. Third Lieutenant Stanley?
Telephone is ringing.
Bluetooth Johnson.
I'll get it, Willie. Might be Mr. Sludge again.
Okay. Third Lieutenant Stanley raised his automatic
Let's
revolver.
have it quiet, please.
No.
Hello? Oh, yes, Mr. Sludge. You are? Uh-huh. Well, you mean you'd like to have... Uh-huh. All right. Fine. When would you like to leave? All right. Certainly, Mr. Sludge. Certainly. Goodbye, Mr. Sludge.
Now what?
Well, he'd like to have either you or Rush come over and get him.
Come over and get him?
He's timid about going across that dark old alley all by himself.
Oh, Sunday.
Well, Mama's boy, you know.
A big baboon.
I'll volunteer to escort him safely across the alley, Mom.
All right. He'll be ready to leave in 20 minutes.
Okay.
Poor fella.
I'll say.
Well, Third Lieutenant Stanley raised his automatic revolver and took careful aim. He fired twice. 2 redskins fell from their horses, and the rest turned and fled. Lady Margaret revived from her swoon and rose to a sitting position. How about those couple kisses? Roared the handsome young officer. They were given with a will.
Which concludes another brief interlude at the small house halfway up in the next block.
To Duffy's Tavern.
Hello, Duffy's Tavern, where the elite meat eat. Archie the manager speaking. Duffy ain't here. Oh, hello, Duffy. The crowd, a lot of servicemen tonight. Yeah, the place is a regular separation center. Already I've had to separate 3 guys. By the way, you know who came in tonight? Lefty O'Rourke. Yeah, he's out of uniform now. No, Duffy, not on points, on parole. Yeah, Lefty says he just couldn't get along with the warden, you know, and one of them had to go. Well, you know, the warden's in pretty solid. Well, I don't know. O'Rourke was very popular up there, Duffy. In fact, he claims they voted him the man most likely to return. Say, by the way, speaking of getting out of jail, Eddie, the waiter, is thinking of leaving us. What do you mean, so what? Eddie's a very valuable man. Huh? Well, I admit he ain't very fast on his feet, but he's got a great knack for serving hash without that guilty expression on his face. Yeah. Well, I think he got an offer from Grogan's Grill. Well, don't worry. I'll talk him out of it, Duffy. You know the old line. Gratitude, chance for advancement. All we've done for him. Money ain't everything. Yeah, the old sucker pitch. Well, certainly he'll bite. Don't I fall for it every time I ask for a raise? Well, just leave it to me, Duffy. I'll call you back. So long. Eddie, there's a rumor around that you have had an offer from Grogan's Grill.
Uh-huh.
And the rumor also says that you're thinking of taking it.
And keep your eye on that rumor. It's got a future.
Well, Eddie, you're not serious. Where did you get this idea about leaving?
Just looked into my wallet, and there it was.
Again, this is madness. You can't leave here. Why, you're a part of Duffy's Tavern.
Yeah, the part that goes over the cash register last.
Just a second now, Eddie. Is it that you feel that Duffy ain't done right by you?
Well, now you know yourself that when it comes to blowing that horn of plenty, he ain't no Harry James.
Eddie, leave us discuss this. I think if you're fair-minded, I can show you that you're making a mistake. Now answer me. Do you object to working 7 days a week?
Definitely.
And I suppose you object to putting in 15 hours a day.
Very definitely.
I suppose you also object to not being paid no salary.
Extremely definitely.
Eddie, I'm afraid you didn't enter this discussion with an open mind. Don't you realize there's more important things than money?
Yeah, but they all cost money. Look, Miss Sergeant, now I'd like to have a salary. I just can't get along on the tips I collect.
Now don't hear me that, Eddie. I've seen nights when you walked out of here with enough quarters to choke a horse.
Or kill him with lead poisoning. Miss Arch, I just can't do it. In addition to the tips, I think I ought to have $1 a week salary.
How does 35 cents hit you?
It don't even muff my hair.
All right, then go ahead and quit. But it's hard to think that you take this attitude toward a man who's been your friend. Almost your brother. Through thick and thin. Laughter and tears.
Be sure to listen to Stella Dallas at this same time tomorrow morning.
Okay, go ahead. Stop that friendship.
Hello, Eddie.
Finnegan, what is your opinion of a man that bites the hand that feeds him?
Well, some people will eat anything. Why, what's your trouble?
It's Eddie here. He wants to get paid more money.
Money? Eddie, my boy, money is nothing. You know what I always say? What? Be it ever so humble, there's no place like home.
What's that got to do with money?
Well, we owe 6 months' rent.
Thanks, Finnegan. You're a big help. Now, look, Eddie, I think you're confused about this whole thing. What you need is a real nice vacation. Tell you what you do.
What?
Take the rest of the day off.
That would only add to the confusion. I wouldn't know what to do with a day off.
Well, what did you do on your last day off?
Went up to Boston. They were having a tea party.
I can see you're in the wrong mood. Why don't you go out and breathe some nice, clean air, and maybe you'll change your mind, huh?
That might help. Okay, see you later.
Yeah,
look, Archie, I don't like to seem a ghoul, but have you got any ideas where I could get a job?
A job for you? I don't know. Have you tried Ripley? What do you want with a job?
Oh, I gotta get away from home, Arch. I just can't stand that fighting.
Your mother and father again, huh?
Yeah.
What do they fight about?
Oh, the simplest things. Take this morning. It all started about the new silver coffee pot.
Coffee pot?
Yeah, my mother hit my father over the head with it.
Well, why did she have to use the silver coffee pot?
Because it was your 50th wedding anniversary.
Oh. Do they fight all the time like that?
Oh, yeah. Fight. Except once every week they quit for half an hour.
How's that?
They stopped to listen to Mr. Anthony.
Well, ain't there nothing you can do to stop them?
So I tried to. This morning I said, Mom and Papa, why do you fight like this? Why, when you have so much to be thankful for?
Then?
They took a look at me and started swinging again.
Well, must be kind of tough at that, Finnegan, having to watch your mother hit your father with a coffee pot every morning.
Well, it don't bother me too much. You see, I'm a tea drinker myself. But that's why I'd like to get a job, Bart, to get away from it all.
Well, I'll tell you how you can pick up a fast nickel, Finnegan.
A nickel? How?
Well, I want you to go over to Grogan's across the street.
Yeah?
Make sure they don't notice.
Yeah,
And if you see Eddie the waiter talking to Grogan, come right back and let me know.
Oh, boy. I'll be like a G-man.
Yeah, soon. Okay. Now hurry back.
Oh, well, hello, Archie.
Hello, Miss Duffy.
Archie, how do you like my new hat?
Oh, lovely. How often do you have to order it?
Don't be silly. These flowers are artificial.
Oh, I see.
Only the fruit is real.
Look, why do dames' hats have to have everything on them, including the kitchen stove?
Because they serve a very important function. When you pass a woman on the street, what's the first thing you look at?
The Duffy. Believe I stick to hats.
Anyway, you should be talking about clothes, the way you dress.
What's wrong with the way I dress? My clothes fit perfectly.
Yeah, but who?
Look, I got no time to be standing here brandying insults. I got enough to worry about.
What have you got to worry about?
Eddie, the waiter, he's thinking about quitting. And because he can't pry a measly $1-a-week salary out of that nickel-nursing old man of yours.
Huh. A fine way to talk about Papa after all he's done for you.
What's he done?
He got you started, gave you responsibility, took you into his confidence, taught you the inside workings of the business.
Miss Duffy, I do not consider helping your father polish up pennies to be passed off as dimes a junior partnership. Believe me, I owe that guy nothing. When I think of what I could have been if I hadn't come to work here 5 years ago.
Oh, yeah?
Oh, yeah. It happens that the very morning of the day that he hired me, I turned down a splendid opportunity to go on release. And from there on, who knows?
Hey, Art, come here.
Oh, excuse me, Miss Duffy. What is it, Finnegan?
G-Man reporting.
Oh, yes, G. Now, what's the dope? I mean, outside of you.
287. Are we alone?
Yeah.
Well, who's that standing beside you?
That's you.
Can I be trusted?
We'll have to take a chance. Whatever happened over at Grogan?
You was right, Art. He was working over there.
Are you sure?
Yep.
What was he doing?
He was in the kitchen cutting down the paper plates to make the meals look bigger.
Dirty rat. Not only does he leave us, but he gives away our trade secret. Dirty traitor. That's Benedictine. Anyway, guess I just better call up the employment agency and hire a new waiter. Hello? Bowery Bum Personnel Service? This is Duffy's Tavern. What have you got in a waiter? Well, I'd like to get a man who can handle both a la carte and cuisine. The hours from 7 to 3. That's 7 a.m., of course. Huh? No, the 3 is a.m., too. Dinner jacket? Well, yes, and it would be a good idea if he wore one for breakfast and supper, too. The salary, $35 a week in tips. Okay, send him right down. Mr. Grogan, this is to inform you that you are a low rodent-type rat, for stealing Eddie the waiter. It is such people as you that cause ill feeling between labor and management by offering a living wage. In closing, you are nothing but a crook, a swindler, and an all-around crumb. I remain the same. Signed, Archie. P.S.
Say, Art.
Oh, what is it, Sonny?
I told you I was looking for a job, and you go out and hire a strange waiter. What's wrong with me?
What's wrong with you? Finnegan, pull up a chair. It's going to take a little time. In the first place, you don't know how to write. How could you write down the people's orders?
Oh, I can make X's. 1 X for salad, 2 X's for soup, 3 X's for meat and coffee.
3 X's for both meat and coffee. How would you know which was which?
Simple. If you have to cut it with a knife, it's me. Look, why don't you at least try me out?
All right, I'll try you out. Now, I'm a customer sitting down here at a table. What do you do first?
I tuck the napkin under your chin.
Well, yes, that's as correct as far as it goes. But what do you do if I ain't wearing a collar?
Well, if you ain't wearing a collar, what do you need a napkin for?
Then again, one uses a napkin irregardless of whether he is attired in a collar or not. That's considered good form. As a waiter, you must not forget Emily Pope.
Well, you didn't tell me you came in with a dame.
Finnegan, I would suggest that you try Ripley again, or with your hat off this time. Now, I gotta go finish this letter to Grogan. P.S. In addition to the above, Grogan, you are the gruesomest man I have ever seen.
Hiya, Bud.
Grogan, you are one of the gruesomest men. Now, what can I do for you, Dimple?
I was sent here by the employment agency.
Well, if you'll pardon me, you don't look much like a waiter.
Too pretty, huh? Well, when do I start to work?
Well, just a second. I got to interview you. I got to fill out this form now. Name?
Rosenblum.
Born?
Yeah.
I've heard that one 1,000,000 times, and this is the first time I ever doubted it. Now, what education did you have? Did you go to high school?
Does that come before or after college?
Let's skip it.
I think I did. Well, any other questions?
Yeah. How long have you been a waiter?
How long? Well, what time did you call the agency?
Now, wait a minute. Where did you ever work?
Oh, Madison Square Garden, the Legion Stadium, the St. Nicholas Arena.
Hey, just a second. Rosenblum. You ain't Maxie Rosenblum, the fighter.
Yeah.
Holy cat, I didn't recognize you standing up. I've seen you fight a dozen times. I remember the night you fought King Levinsky. He really knocked your brains out that night, didn't he?
Yep, a great fight.
Yeah. And I was there the night that Mickey Walker flattened you with that right hook in the first round.
I was hot that night.
You never did fight Joe Louis, did you?
Nah, he was too cowardly.
Joe Louis cowardly?
Yeah, he was scared he'd kill me.
Look, Maxie, how come you gave up fighting?
Well, I had trouble with my eyes.
Oh, trouble with your eyes, huh?
Yeah, after the second round, I always seemed to be looking up at me opponent.
That's your opponent. Well, maybe you're just as well off. You know, it's a pretty tough game, that fight game. I used to be in it myself, you know.
You a pugilist?
Oh, certainly. I've pugiled around quite a bit. Look at that wrist. Feel that spike, Cuthbert. No, that ain't chopped liver.
It ain't muscles.
No, muscles ain't everything. You see, I was very clever, very scientific. I used to slither around that ring like an eel. In fact, they used to call me the ringworm.
That I believe.
Thanks. Oh, sure. I used to have this terrific corkscrew punch that I invented. You know, I'd start it right above me right knee. Then I'd twist my wrist and turn my body at the same time, you know, putting plenty of shoulder into it.
Sounds great.
Yeah, but, you know, like every great punch, it had a flaw. The recoil used to knock me flat on the face.
Hey, I wonder if I had a corkscrew punch and didn't know him.
Probably. But, Maxie, what's this about you working here as a waiter? Don't it feel strange to you after being in the ring so long to be walking around serving drinks?
Nah, I feel right at home. Between rounds, I go to a neutral corner. Oh, by the way, Archie, who's the bimbo over there?
Oh, I'll introduce you. Miss Duffy, this is Maxie Rosenblum, the fighter.
Oh, really? You know, Mr. Rosenblum, if it wasn't for that broken nose and those cauliflower ears, I'd never know you were a fighter.
Hey, this dame is crazy about me. Look, sister, why don't you stick around and help me lux out a few ball rags, huh?
I see what you mean about the eye trouble, Maxie. Okay, you're hired.
Well, what's the salary?
$35 a week in tips, plus 50 cents a round for ejaculating drunk.
$35 a week? Okay, I'll take it. Now, look, before I start, there's one thing I want misunderstood. Anybody says anything I don't like around here gets a punch in the nose. You understand that?
Well, natural.
And that includes you, ringworm. Well, I'll see you later.
Hello, Duffy. Huh? Yeah, the new waiter's here. Well, at the moment, he's sitting around with the customers. Now, don't fly into a transom, Duffy. He's got to get acquainted with the customers. Well, when closing time comes, you don't want him to be carrying out perfect strangers, do you? Okay.
Oh, Archie, I'm afraid we'll have to get rid of that Flapsy Maxie.
What's the matter?
A customer just spilled some soup, and Mr. Rosenblum is mopping it up.
Well, what's wrong with that?
He's using the customer for a mop.
Hey, Arch, what's with that new waiter?
What's the matter?
I just asked him a simple question, and he punched me right in the nose.
What was the question?
I just asked him, how's the cauliflower?
Well, I can see I'll have to take care of this guy. Hey, Maxie.
What do you want now?
Look, didn't them 5 guys you just served 5 beers to just leave?
Yeah, they left. Well, what about it?
Where is the 2 bits for the 5 beers?
They didn't pay me for them. They just left my tip.
How much was the tip?
The tip's 2 bits. You want to make something about it?
Well, no. I'm just thinking what generous guys they were.
Okay, now, look. I'm in the middle of eating. Don't bother me again.
I'm afraid I have hired a playboy.
Hi, Miss Archie.
Oh, Eddie. So the Portugal son has returned. I should think you'd be ashamed to walk into this place.
Well, a fella can get used to anything in 5 years.
So you turned turncoat on us and went over to work for Grogan, huh?
Are you working for Grogan?
Eddie, don't add perjury to injury.
I'm telling the truth. You see, you gave me the day off, so I just worked over there for a couple of hours, that's all.
You mean you're still working for us?
Yeah, Miss Archie, I guess I still got a soft spot in my head for the old place.
Well, I appreciate it, Eddie. And you know what I'm going to do for you? I'm going to give you that $1 a week, even if I have to take it out of my own salary. And if I know Duffy, I probably will.
No, Mr. Archie, see, I don't like to...
Oh, don't worry about it. It just means it puts me in a lower income tax bracket. Besides, I do something for you, Eddie. Maybe you'll do something for me.
What?
Well, you see, we hired a new waiter while you was gone. That big guy over there with the cauliflower ears. So as I say, I do something for you, you do something for me. I want you to go over there and fire that guy.
Miss Archie, I appreciate that $1 a week, but I'd rather not have it paid to my estate.
Wait a minute. You mean you're afraid of him?
Me? Well, no, it's just that you hired him, and I think you're the logical man to fire him.
Eddie, don't you want to get no executive experience?
Yeah, but I'd rather climb the hard way, live and learn.
Okay, then, I'll do it myself. Hey, Maxie.
What is it now?
Maxie, I'm sorry to say that a situation has arose. Eddie, who worked here first, is back with us, which naturally leaves you with very little seniority to fall back on.
Hey, wait a minute. Are you trying to tell me I'm fired?
Well, frankly,
You know what happened to the last guy that fired me?
No.
Neither does he.
Now, look, Maxie, leave us not make a scene. You know what I'm driving at. Why don't you just turn in your bar rag and leave quietly?
Well, what about the week's salary?
Well, you only been here 20 minutes.
What?
Okay, we'll pay you full week's salary. Let's see here. 20, 25, 30, 35. Hey, Max, 35 cents.
35 what?
35 cents. What did you expect, the Blooms? And if you don't mind, I'd like a receipt.
Oh, you'd like a receipt, huh?
Yeah.
Okay, here. I'll give you one.
Hello, Duffy's Tavern, headed to Acton Manager's ticket. Miss Archer? He just went out. Yeah, for about 10 moments.
Peel for a beautiful smile. The Life of Riley for laughs. Peel, T-E-E-L. Peel, the amazing liquid dentifrice. That's it. T-E-E-L. Peel, the amazing liquid dentifrice brings you The Life of Riley with William Bendix as Riley. Remember, friends, for beautiful smiles, it's P-E-E-L, Peel. And just for laughs, it's R-I-L-E-Y, Riley in The Life of Riley. Most people believe that the pen is mightier than the sword. But Chester A. Riley believes a knife and fork are much more important. Food is one of the true loves of Riley's life. But every now and then our hero discovers that the course of true love never runs smooth.
Junior. Oh, what's the matter, Pop? Honest, I don't know where you get your manners. That's no way to eat. Gouging the center out of a slice of bread and then nibbling the crust like a chipmunk. I'm sorry. Well, you watch me and you learn manners. The etiquette way is to take a slice of bread, fold it neatly in four, and then shove the whole thing in your mouth.
Remember, Junior, people shouldn't make gluttons of themselves over food.
That's right, Peg. Personally, if I didn't get hungry, I'd never touch the stuff. Slice some more bread, huh, Dumpling?
You've had one slice, Riley. We have a new rule in this house. Only one slice to each person from now on.
Well, what about the gravy? I can't eat gravy without bread. It keeps slipping through my fork. Why all of a sudden can't I have bread?
Riley, if you read the newspapers once in a while, you'd know why.
I read the newspapers all the time. I know everything important that's going on. The news has been full of Lewis, ain't it? Well, I can tell you anything you want to know about him.
Well, all right, Smarty. Tell me one thing.
He's 2-1 to knock out Billy Kern at the Yankee Stadium.
Not Joe Lewis. Jarnell Lewis.
Who's he?
Oh, you're impossible. If you read anything beside the sport page, you'd know there's a bread shortage through the whole country.
Why don't you just admit you forgot to go shopping today?
I did not forget.
I'll bet you my friend Gillis's wife didn't forget to shop for her poor, tired husband. Junior, run next door and borrow us a bread.
Riley, you're only sending the boy on a fool's errand.
Fool's errand, huh? Okay, then I'll go myself.
What? Bread shortage? My darling wife, you don't expect James Madison Gillis to believe that. Why don't you just admit you forgot to go shopping today? I'm going over and borrow your bread from my friend Riley.
Why don't you look where you go? Brother Gillis.
Brother Riley. I was just on my way over to your hacienda.
Well, that's funny. I was just going over to your joint.
Well, fancy that. Why, I got up in the middle of lunch to see you. Old pal.
It's uncanny. I've done the same thing, Gillis. Imagine, brother Lodge brothers who'd rather see each other than eat.
Yeah, this we ought to tell down to Lodge. It belongs in the minutes of the BPLA.
Yeah. What an example for the Brooklyn Patriots of Los Angeles.
Yes, sir, when it comes to brotherly love, we're crawling. Like, if any time you wanted a small favor, you only got to come to me, right?
Right. And any time you wanted anything, I'd be hurt if you didn't come to me. By the way, brother...
Proceed, Brother Riley.
No, Brother Gillis. You proceed.
Very well. Loan me a bread.
Is that all, Gillis? Is that all? Why, I'd be only too good. Bread?
Yeah. Just one loaf. Well?
Gillis, if I had it, you could have it. You know that. But
look, Riley, you told me to come to you for anything, and here I am. If a whole loaf is too much, I'll settle for a dozen slices. All right, 2 measly slices. Without butter.
Believe me, Brother Gillis, if my right arm was made of bread, I'd slice off half and throw in a couple of fingers. But the fact
Riley,
is...
are you telling me you ain't got 2 slices of bread?
Well, yeah, we got bread, but you see, we got new rules.
Oh,
I get it. So this is your idea of friendship. I'm glad I got on to you, so as I can get off of you.
Now, wait, Brother Gillis.
Don't give me that brother stuff. To me, you're strictly an in-law.
Gillis, that's going too far.
Get off of my property, Riley, and stay off.
Okay, I'm going, and don't you never speak to me again.
Don't worry, I won't.
I don't never want to hear your voice. Why, from today on, I won't even listen in on your party line. Well, okay, Mr. Daroff. If you do get in any bread, send one over to my house, please.
Be glad to, Mr. Riley, if I get any.
Yeah, all right. I've been to 8 grocers. Everybody tells me the same thing. I can't...
Hey, Riley.
Well, who? Oh, it's you, Benny. So long.
Hey, wait a minute, chum. I can put you onto a good thing.
Look, Benny, I ain't interested in betting on horses. All I want right now is some bread.
What do you think I'm talking about, chum? Just follow me into this alley.
You mean that you know where the...
Here's the place.
Wait a minute, Benny. This ain't no bakery. Look at that sign. Pool parlor.
That's just to keep out the riffraff. We don't sell to everybody.
Now, wait a minute, Benny. This bread ain't over ceiling price, is it? I don't want any part of that.
Riley, I'm hurt. Deeply hurt. I guarantee we sell bread at strictly market price.
Are you sure?
Why, Riley, would I be associated with anything shady? I got a reputation to hold up. San Quentin didn't knock 6 weeks off for good behavior for nothing.
Well, I don't know, Benny.
Don't worry. This is strictly on the up and up. Everything's wide open. We got nothing to hide. Now, come on, let's go in.
Oh, all right.
Quick, chuck in, boys. Fred, my pal Riley wants you to fix him up with a little, you know, B-R-E-D.
Gee, it's a good thing I don't want pumpernickel.
How much bread do you want, Bud?
Well, I don't want to rob you.
How much bread do you want, Bud?
Well, all I need is one.
Okay. 1 carload it is.
No, not a carload. I only meant one.
Don't tell me you only want 1 crate. A measly 60 loaves. Benny, this guy's wasting my time.
He wants to start easy, Fred. Just a couple of dozen.
A couple of dozen? No, I couldn't.
Oh, you mean you want only 1 dozen?
Well, the fact is that...
Come here a minute.
Right.
Don't start haggling.
Oh.
Haggling makes Fred nervous.
Yeah?
And when Fred gets nervous, he can't stand people staring at him. So he closes their eyes.
Yeah? Well, Benny, I was just after 1 loaf of bread.
Stop the whispering. I'm getting nervous. Come on, Bud. How many breads?
1 dozen. Just for a sample. Next time, who knows?
It's a deal. Benny, get the guy a dozen.
Right.
Now shell up.
Benny said market price, 12 cents. That's $1.44.
Correct. Only
what?
Only with every loaf of bread, we do you the courtesy of selling you one of these genuine mother-of-pearl ashtrays.
Ashtrays? Oh, say, that's just a clamshell. There's a million of them on the beach at Santa Monica.
We refer to them as ashtrays. I say they cost you 4 bits apiece. And if I was you, Bud, I wouldn't pass up this opportunity.
Here's the bread, Riley. 12 breads, 12 ashtrays, that's $7.44.
Well, I don't know, Benny.
Benny, tell him to hurry up. I don't like the way he's staring at me.
Okay, here. All I got is a 10 spot.
Hey, Fred. You want Fred to keep the change, don't you, Riley?
Huh? Oh, yeah, sure, keep it. Well, I gotta be going.
Just a minute, Bud. Let me give you some good advice. Never part with them clamshells. They may save your life.
My life?
Yeah. If you ever get the notion you'd like to talk about me being in the bread business, take a look at them shells. And remember that them clams would be alive today if they kept their mouths shut.
12 loaves of bread, Pop.
Yeah?
And 12 clam shells.
We refer to them as ashtrays. I couldn't help it, son. When you buy these ashtrays, they make you take the bread.
Yeah, but 12 loaves. Boy, wait till Mom gets home. You'll catch it.
Junior, we gotta hide it until we can eat it up.
Well, how you keep it fresh?
Well, I'll put them in my cigar humidor.
12 loaves?
No, that won't work. Junior, you gotta help me. Remember, we're in this together.
We?
We can eat it in a week if we concentrate.
Riley!
Your mother. Quick, help me stuff this bread under the table. Now, pull the cloth down on the side, Junior. Come on.
Riley, open the door. My arms are full of packages.
We're all clear, Pa. Okay. Come right in, Dumpling. Let me take some of them bags. Eh?
My, I had to stand in line so long. But what do you think, Riley? I got a loaf of bread.
Just what we needed.
Well, I'll be seeing you, Pop.
Well, aren't you pleased, Riley? You wanted bread.
Please. I'm speechless. Peg, what are we having for supper?
See. Salad, soup, roast like a lamb, and dessert. Why?
I got a better idea, Peg. Tonight, let me make dinner.
Well, I never. What would you serve?
I got a great menu. First, bread salad. That's chopped bread and lettuce.
What?
Yeah, and then for soup, we'll have toast.
Toast?
Yeah. I mean milk toast. Milk toast on toast.
What are you talking about?
And then we could have roast bread loaf. That's bread stuffed with breadcrumbs. And for dessert...
Chester Riley, you've got a strange look on your face. Have you been up to something?
Oh, me? No, only... Look, Peg, suppose, just suppose, mind you, that I knew where to get bread. Lots of bread. What would you say?
There's only one way to get lots of bread, Riley. We talked about it at the League of Women Voters. We're organizing to fight it because it's a black market.
The black market?
Yes. It robs honest people like us of our share. The bread goes to people who are willing to pay overpriced.
Oh, I wouldn't go for a racket like that.
Or else they sell the bread at market price, but make you buy some worthless thing along with it. Only a moron would fall for that.
Now, wait, Peg. Maybe you're being a little unjust.
Unjust?
I mean, look at it through the moron's eyes. Like I do.
Well, Riley, it's nice to be tolerant, but all I can say is I'm glad you're not the type of man who'd do a thing like that.
I ain't? Then what type am I?
Well, you're sweet and unselfish, and the main thing, you're honest.
What a revolting development this is.
Steele has just brought you the first act of The Life of Riley, and we'll be back with Riley in just a moment. Meanwhile, this is Ken Carpenter. Think, are you brushing gum-lined cavities into your teeth with toothpaste or powder containing harsh abrasives? Well, why take this chance when modern liquid Teal cleans teeth safely without abrasives? You see, out of every 10 adults, 8 have receding gums. And when gums recede, parts of your teeth are exposed 25 times softer than tooth enamel. Those softer parts are easily damaged by daily use of toothpaste or powder containing harsh abrasives. So chances are 8 in 10 you're risking those ground-in cavities daily, unless the dentifrice you use contains no such abrasives. Now, Teal is the only leading dentifrice that contains no abrasives. Teal cleans teeth with a patented ingredient, protects teeth from ground-in gum-lined cavities. The Teal way takes 1 extra minute a week to make teeth look their best safely. Follow directions on the package, and remember, large family-sized Teal saves money. Insist on T-E-E-L, Teal, the refreshing liquid dentifrice. And now back to The Life of Riley with William Bendix as Riley. Well, Riley insisted that the bread shortage was exaggerated, and to prove it, went right out and bought a dozen loaves. Then he found out it was black market. Now, thoroughly ashamed, Riley is plotting to keep his wife from finding out his guilty secret.
Oh, Junior, let this be a lesson to you. Crime don't pay.
Oh, Pop, you didn't really commit a crime. You just didn't use your head.
You're right. Nature gave me a wonderful head, and all I ever used it for was to keep my ears apart.
Pop, you gotta get rid of all this bread.
Yeah, I know, but Junior, you take the sack of bread over to some other neighborhood and leave a loaf on each doorstep.
Okay, I'll get going right away.
Good.
Yeah, but what'll I say if people ask questions?
Oh, just say that it's free. Say that your father's very charitable. Tell him I'm one of the biggest philanderers in town.
Hey, Junior, wait a minute.
Oh, hello, Mr. Gillis.
I thought it was you, but I couldn't be sure in the dark. That's quite a sack on your back.
Yeah. Well, so long, Mr.
Hey,
Gillis.
just a minute, Junior. What's in that sack? It looks like...
Please, Mr. Gillis, I gotta go.
It's bread. It's bread.
Oh, let me go. You got no right to go snooping in my father's business.
Oh, so that's your father's business.
I'm late now. So long, Mr. Gillis.
Bread. A whole sack full of bread. And Riley wouldn't spare me a crumb. The crumb?
Brother Riley, a racketeer?
Are you sure, Brother Gillis? Fellow Lodge Brothers, his own son admitted it.
Brother Riley in the black market. I couldn't hardly believe it. Swiping a hard-boiled egg from a pal's lunchbox. Yes. Slapping a penny scale till his palms bleed to get his weight free. Yes. But the black market?
I know how you feel, boys. It's a cat's apostrophe. But our duty is plain. Therefore, I call upon the Supreme Council here to pass judgment on ex-Brother Riley.
Yeah, I say so. If it pleases the court, this may have no bearing on the case, but before we pass judgment, shouldn't we have a trial?
Well, it's a little irregular, but okay. Instead of voting Riley guilty without a hearing, let's hear his lying story and then vote him guilty.
Why ain't Riley here? He's been informed of the trial.
Yeah, but we didn't tell him he's the one who's on trial. Maybe he'd like to defend himself.
That would be unconstitutional. Now let's have the verdict.
Yeah, let's have the verdict right now. Hey, come on.
I just got your message. What's up? Well, what's the special meeting for, huh?
Riley, the Supreme Council is meeting about a certain member who has violated Section 77B.
What? High treason? Boy, I'm glad I got here in time. Let's toss the rat out on his ears.
We thought maybe before voting we'd give the guilty party a chance to prove he's innocent.
I'm against it. If you guys think he's guilty, that's good enough for me.
So be it.
Aye.
All in favor we should throw Riley out of the lodge, say aye.
Aye!
Some opposed?
Nobody! Throw him out! Where is he? Come on, Riley. Show your miserable face. Stand up and stand it. Riley? Did you say Riley?
Correct.
But I'm the only Riley in the lodge.
You mean you're the only Riley who used to be in the lodge? We don't like black marketeers.
No, wait, fellas. I didn't know. I mean, a crook named Fred was, and I'm as innocent as Benedict Arnold.
Riley, you're through at this lodge.
No.
Yes. To us, you're legally dead. We're hanging your pool cue at half-mast.
Riley. Are you there?
Who's that?
It is I, Digby Odell, the friendly undertaker.
Oh, hello, Digger.
Greetings, Riley. You're looking fine. Very natural.
I don't feel so good, Digger. Believe me, you've never seen anyone lower than I am.
Would you like to bet?
The guys in my lodge think I'm dishonest.
You, Riley?
Yeah.
That's ridiculous. I've known you for years, and you've always been honest and above ground.
You mean above board?
Above ground is better, believe me. Come, I'll cheer you up. You know what my friends say about my sunny disposition?
Yeah.
When you're low and getting lower, and your pace is getting slower, when you've no more vim or vigor, just put in a call for digger. Now, what's the trouble?
Well, the lodge kicked me out because I got mixed up with the black market.
Oh, the black market?
Yeah.
Riley, any man who fools around with the black market is only digging his own grave. And I'm opposed to that.
But it wasn't my fault. I couldn't help it. Gee, when Peg finds out
You mean your wife doesn't know?
No.
Oh, Riley, you mustn't keep secrets from your wife. Once I kept a secret from my wife. When we got married, I forgot to tell her that I was an undertaker.
So, what happened?
As we entered our honeymoon cottage, from force of habit, I got 6 of my colleagues to carry my bride across the threshold. I adore a honeymoon. There, okay.
Yeah, I guess you're right, Digger. I'd better tell Peg myself before she finds out. Thanks for the advice.
Don't mention it. Well, cheerio. I'd better be shoveling off.
And so, well, Peg, that's the story. So just say that you forgive me, and I'm willing to forget the whole thing.
Oh, no, Riley. Too many people are willing to forget the whole thing. They don't like to remember that most of the world is hungry.
Hungry? I don't want nobody going hungry.
We're asked to cut down to 1 slice of bread per meal, and we holler murder. Why?
Well, it was okay during the war, Peg.
The war's still on, Riley. Only now it's a war against starvation. But we've got plenty of food. Instead of bread, we can eat mashed potatoes. But some people have nothing.
Nothing?
But people in China are eating clay. Clay. People in India are eating weeds. Old people, working people, and children. And you help starve them.
Me?
Yes. The people who buy on the black market aren't much better than the people who run the black market.
Starving kids.
Oh, yes?
Riley here.
Fred.
Yeah, Fred. Nice little joint you got here, Riley. You want to stay healthy and enjoy it?
Why, Riley, who is this man?
That's the fellow who sold me the bread. Come on in, Fred. I'm glad to see you.
But
It's okay, Peg.
Riley, I hear you've been trying to muscle in on my business. Handing out bread all over. Now lay off.
We like giving away stuff, Fred. It makes us feel good. Like I got something to give you. Free. And it ain't clamshells. It's something you need bad, Fred. And here it is. Oh, that's for the people in China.
Why, I'll give you a go.
That's for the people in India.
Oh, stop.
I ain't finished yet. I still got to give you for the people in Yugoslavia. Oh, that's for Yugo. And that's for Slavia.
My teeth. You knocked out my teeth.
Good. That will save more bread. You can eat mashed potatoes. Now get out of my house before you break every bone in my miserable body.
I'm going.
I'm going.
Why, Riley, you were wonderful.
Yeah. It's lucky for him I didn't know any more geography.
The Rileys will be back in half a minute. Hurry, switch to Teal on your toothbrush. Teal protects teeth from gumline cavities ground in by by daily use of toothpaste or powder containing harsh abrasives. Teal cleans teeth gently, without abrasives. T-E-E-L, Teal, the safe, refreshing liquid dentifrice.
Meeting will now come to order. Brother Riley, one of the lodge's most loyal stool pigeons has informed us how you bravely exterminated a black market skunketeer. Therefore, on behalf of the BPLA, I am reinstating you as a member of this lodge.
Oh, fellas. Thanks. I'm grateful.
That's fine. And now, Brother Riley, would you mind handing over $5 for the new membership fee?
It's a losing fight.
Makers of Teal, the amazing liquid dentifrice, invite you to be their guests next week to hear The Life of Riley with William Bendix as Riley. William Bendix appears by arrangement with Hal Roach. The Life of Riley is produced for Teal by Irving Brecker and is directed by Don Bernard. Music by Lou Kozloff. The script by Ashmead Scott, Alan Lipscott, and Reuben Shipp. Mrs. Riley is Paula Winslow. Junior is Scotty Beckett. Digger Odell is John Brown. And others in the cast were Herb Vigran, Jerry Hausner, and Lou Merrill. This is Ken Carpenter on behalf of Teal, inviting you to listen again next week. And remember, for laughs, it's R-I-L-E-Y, Riley, and for lovely smiles, it's T-E-E-L, Teal. Teal, the amazing liquid dentifrice, protects teeth beautifully.
It's a washing miracle for silk, nylon, woolen, dishes.
What are you talking about?
Dreft. I'll spell it. D-R-E-F-T, Dreft. Yes, ladies, and Dreft spells faster, brighter, safer cleaning than any Sludge before in history.
That's true. Take lingerie, for example. Why, Dreft keeps my dainty underthings fresher and brighter than even expensive soap flakes.
Right. You see, Dreft is different than soap. Dreft's rich suds rinse clean and clear. They simply can't leave any sticky deposit the way all soaps do. No wonder Dreft keeps lingerie, stockings, new woolens, prettier and brighter far longer than any soap could ever do. With Dreft, there's no soap fading.
Yes, and for washing dishes, Dreft is just unbelievable. Why, Dreft makes my dishes shine even without wiping. Every woman knows how dishes washed with soap dry with a greasy film unless you polish them. Well, my Dreft wash dishes drain dry, bright and sparkling. Even glasses sparkle without touching a towel to them.
Yes, ladies. Decide now to open up this bright new world of beauty for your nice things, for your fine washables, for your dishes. So get Dreft in the bright green package. Dreft, Procter & Gamble's amazing suds discovery that gives you faster, brighter, safer cleaning than any suds before in history. That's D-R-E-F-T, Dreft. Next time you shop, get Dreft.
Listen again next week, same time, when Teal, for a beautiful smile, brings you The Life of Riley for laughs.
This is NBC, the National Broadcasting Company.
The makers of Toastum, the favorite mealtime drink in millions of American homes, present those two lovable old characters from the hill country, Lum and Abner. Last night, when it came time for someone in your family to fix the furnace before going to bed, did this happen to you?
Tom! Tom! Don't make so much noise
noise of that furnace. Do you hear me? You know how nervous I am, and you're just making it worse. I can't stand it.
Well, if that has ever happened in your home, in fact, if any of the usual noises around the house that should not upset you do affect you that way, well, just consider this possibility. Maybe you're what doctors call a nervous irritable, and maybe coffee nerves is to blame. Because it's no exaggeration. While many people can drink coffee without becoming nervous and irritable, many others just shouldn't touch it. So if you shouldn't, if you think coffee's making you cranky and jittery, switch to Postum. Because there's no caffeine, no stimulant, nothing in Postum that could possibly affect your nerves. Postum's a delightful, tempting mealtime drink with a fragrant aroma and a delicious, mellow flavor that you'll enjoy to the utmost. So just ask your grocer for Postum. Then, if coffee has been making you a nervous irritable, see what happens when you drink Postum instead. In a couple of weeks, see if you aren't mighty glad you switched to Postum. And now, let's see what's going on down in Pine Ridge. Well, friends, Lum and Abner are really in trouble. As we left the old fellows last Wednesday, an inspector from the post office department was telling them he had to take them into Little Rock for questioning about their unauthorized post office. Abner has returned to Pine Ridge, however, and as we look in on the little community today, we find him over at the Jotting Down store talking to Grandpappy Spears. Listen.
I'd love to help the worst way, Abner, but I don't know nothing I can do.
Well, you could tell him that you told us to put in another post office here in town.
Yeah, I'd be glad to tell him that. I don't know what good it'd do, though. I ain't got no authority to go around telling people they can put in post offices.
Well, you're acting as postmaster while Dick Huddleston ain't here.
Yeah, but even Richard couldn't give permission. You got to get a license from the government to put in one of them things, Abner.
Yeah, well, Dick's over there at Little Rock today. I called him over at Malvern yesterday and told him what happened, and he said he'd go over and talk to him, see if there's anything he could do to help.
Yeah, I know he'll be glad to help if he can, but I don't know nothing Richard could do.
Well, he knows them fellas over there. He's been postmaster here for so long and all, you know.
Well, what all did they say over there yesterday? Did they have you in court, or just...
No. They just had us up before the post office inspector, or whatever they call him. That there detective that was down here tattletaled on us. Said he bought some stamps from us for less than the regular price, and I found out that's against the law, too.
Yeah, I was feared I was going to get you in trouble cutting the prices that way.
Well, it ain't against the law to cut the price on eggs and sugar and stuff like that.
Yeah, but that's different. The government's selling them stamps, and they don't allow nobody to cut under them on the prices, neither.
Yeah, well, they had Lum charged with something else there, too. I forget what they called it now. But it was when that detective come in here and wanted to buy a money order, and Lum never had no money order blank, so he just gave him his personal check for it.
Oh, my goodness. Well, no wonder they're holding him.
Well, if check's good, they'll collect the money on it.
But you can't do that, Abner.
I know. He found that out. And on top of that, why, they got him charged with tampering with the United States mail, running an unlegal post office without telling us that we could.
Yeah. You was mixed up in that just as much as Lum. How come I'm going to let you go and keep Lum over there?
Why, Lum taking all the blame. And that detective told him that he never had no evidence against me. So they finally let me go.
Well, you're lucky to get out of it.
Oh, yes. But now I've got to get Lum out of it somewhere or other if I can. I wanted to stay over there and help, but he said for me to come on back and put on a sale here in the store, raise all the money we can so as he can hire a lawyer to fight the case for him.
You going to put on a sale, are you?
I done got it on.
Well, I never seen no signs or nothing.
Oh, no. I decided to cut down on expenses, too. I ain't going to advertise now.
Well, how folks going to know you got on a sale, for goodness sake?
Well, I'll tell them when they come in here. I told Sister Simpson this morning. I nearly forgot it till she started out of the store, and I happened to think about it. So I give her back $3 on what all she bought.
For goodness sake, you can't raise no money that way.
No, Just thinking a while ago, I don't believe that sale idea Lum had was a very good one.
Well, Abner, you got to advertise. Let folks know that you got...
Here comes Squire Skinner. I notice he knows law matters, Grandpap. He might have some ideas on how to get Lum out of this mess.
Yeah, he's got out of enough trouble himself. He ought to know how to get somebody else out.
Yeah. Come in, Squire.
Yeah, howdy, Squire.
Well, good morning, good morning. How am old friend this morning?
Oh, tolerably well, I reckon you heard about Lum, didn't you, Squire?
Yes. Cedric Whelan was just telling me about it a while ago. Well, it looks like Lum has gotten himself into some serious trouble this time, man.
Yeah, that's what I'm feared of. We was just wondering if you knowed anything we can do to help him, Squire.
Abner, I don't think anybody can help him. From what Cedric says, they've got him booked on 3 or 4 charges. Any one of them is enough to send him to the penitentiary for about 10 years.
There, huh?
Why, yes, it looks like Lum might have a change of address for the next 10 years.
Oh, my goodness. Well, he never meant no harm by it. Dad, blame it, it's all your fault, Grandpa. You made him mad, and he just opened up that post office here in the store just to run you out of business.
Well, don't lay it on to me. If he done that, he's good enough for him.
Well, I just came over, Abner, to see if Lum would be interested in raising a little money.
Why, of course he is. We're just talking about it. He's needing money to hire a lawyer.
Mm-hmm.
Hey, you got some money that you could loan him, Squire?
Well, not exactly loan him, Abner, but I might consider buying his interest in the store here, at a price, of course.
Well, I think he wants to stay in the store business, if he can.
Stay? The only way Lum can stay in the grocery business, Abner, for the next 10 years is to be transferred to the commissary department at Alcatraz.
Whereabouts?
Alcatraz. A little ocean resort off the coast of California that the government maintains for just such men as Lum.
Well, that'd be nice. But I don't think he's got money enough to go way out there on those, Squire.
Well, the government will take care of his transportation. That is, out there.
Well, I'll be dead blamed. And here we've been worried to death about him, Grandpa.
Well, hold on. That's a penitentiary, ain't it, Squire, that Alcatraz?
Yes, it's a federal penitentiary.
Oh.
That's where Ruth Foster's boy's at, Abner.
In a penitentiary?
Why, sure. Ruth thinks he's in the Navy because he talks about looking out across the ocean every day, but the boy's in jail where he's at.
Well, I thought he was in college. Heard somebody say he's in Alcatraz. I thought that was a university.
No, they got him for using the mails to defraud, selling them hound dogs of his through the mail, claiming all sorts of things about him that weren't so.
Well, I do know.
His mama had a hen from him not long ago. He ain't at all satisfied there at Alcatraz. Told her in the letter that he'd rather be home.
Well,
when you see Lum, Abner, or talk to him, you might mention that I stand ready to talk business with him on this store deal.
Well, I'll tell him, but he ain't mentioned yet about wanting to sell, Squire.
Yes, well, I've got to get on over the place. And if you hear anything, Abner, why, let me know.
Yeah, all right, Squire. I hope Lum won't sell it to him, though. I don't know if there ain't one feller I'd rather have as a partner less than him.
Oh, no. Just sitting here wondering, Abner, I reckon it'd help any if we circulated a petition around here, got everybody in town to sign it, and taking it over there to Little Rock.
Petition for what?
For them to turn Lum loose.
Oh, I don't know. We can try it. I know that might be a good idea, Grandpa. Yeah, let me get a pencil and paper. I'll sign my name to it.
There's a tablet right there, Abner. Get a big man. Well, just use a new one.
Yeah. This one'll be all right. Here now. You sign your name right there on the top line, and I'll sign my name right under it there.
Well, wait a minute. We got to say something up here at the top.
At the top?
You know, we the undersigned and all that stuff.
Oh, yeah. What all is it they say up there? That's all.
Don't know something about... we just have to make something up.
Yeah, that's it.
Who it may concern.
Yeah, that sounds legal.
We, the undersigned, have knowed Lum Edwards for years. know that he is honest and upright in all his dealings.
Yeah, that's a good idea.
If he violated the law, it was unbeknownst to him, and he never done it on a purpose.
Yeah, that sounded good. Yeah, write all that down. That sounded good, man.
Let me study out what I'm going to say. We, his neighbors and friends, respectful, ask that you turn him loose and let him...
Wait a minute, Grandpap. Somebody coming in the front door there.
Huh? Oh.
Customer, we'll finish in just a minute. I'll get him to sign it, too.
Strange, ain't it?
Must be. I don't know nobody around here that ever gets in that big a rush. Hey, come in, sir. Come in. What can I do for you?
Must be hard of hearing, Abner.
I say, what can I do for you?
Abner, lock the front door up there, quick.
Lock the... Huh?
For goodness sake. Lum Edwards. I never would have known you. Where's your mustache?
Well, I'll be damned, but what are you doing back in Pine Ridge, Lum?
Lock that front door up there, Abner, quick, and come on back to the feed room, and I'll tell you all everything. I've got to... Well, we're afraid that petition of Grandpaps and Abner's won't do Lum much good now. When you need sleep, you need it badly. There's a good chance that the very thing that's made you so hard up for sleep is going to continue to prevent your getting it. Yes, maybe coffee nerves is keeping you awake. For while many people can drink coffee without losing sleep, you may be one of the many others who can't. So be sensible. If you find coffee stands between you and a good night's sleep, switch to Postum. For Postum contains no caffeine, no sleep-disturbing stimulant whatever. And a hot, steaming cup of Postum is simply delicious. Fragrant and mellow as can be. Postum's wonderfully economical, too. It actually costs less than 1/2 cent a cup. So if coffee robs you of precious sleep, drink Postum instead. See if you don't benefit from the change in just a few days. And after giving Postum a fair trial, say for 2 weeks, see if you are getting all the sleep you really need. Ask your grocer for Postum tomorrow. There's a reason. Don't forget, friends, come along with us next Monday evening at the same time when we again go visiting Pine Ridge with Lum and Abner, who say, looks like the first habit a fellow has to break in order to become an artist is the bad habit of eating. Lou Crosby speaking. And remember Postum, your best bet for a good night. Columbia Broadcasting System.
Listen, Anna, tonight Henry Van Porter is giving a party for Ichthyologists. Do you know what that means?
Well, it must mean something, Amos. I'm going to get me a dictionary and see what Mr. Webster say about the thing.
Rinso presents the Amos and Andy Show. Yes, the makers of Rinso bring you the Amos and Andy Show with their guest tonight, the star of Take It or Leave It, Phil Baker. Everybody in Harlem who is anybody has been invited to a party being given by Henry Van Porter in honor of Professor Newkirk, an eminent ichthyologist, and his daughter Amanda, who have just arrived from the South. Andy, Amos, and the Kingfish have all received invitations, and at the moment Andy is consulting a dictionary to find out just what an ichthyologist is.
Yeah, what do the dictionary say there, Andy, about ichthyologists? Yeah, read it out loud, Andy.
Well, say he is a scientific student of fishes.
Oh, Andy, are you kidding? No, that's what it is, fellas. I remember Henry telling me about this Professor Newkirk. His life's work is just studying fish. And he's the one that Henry's giving the party for, you know.
Well, he can count me out. I ain't going.
Why not, Andy?
Well, I just don't see where a fish peddler's got no place in society.
Oh, listen, fellas, this Professor Newkirk is a big scientist. They got a story in today's paper about him. Yes, it is right there. Here's the paper.
Well, I ain't going to no party give for him. Now, I know that.
All right, let's see the paper, Emma. There he is. There's a picture of him.
Well, I ain't interested in nothing about a fish man.
Who is the good-looking gal in the picture there with him? That's his daughter, Amanda.
Where?
Here.
What time is the party?
Yes, boys, I think this reception that we're given for Professor Newkirk will be one of the big social affairs of the season.
Yeah, and the professor sure got a pretty daughter, too. Tell me this, is there going to be a lot of other single men there, Henry?
Yes, Andy, I imagine you'll have quite a bit of competition for the young lady.
Oh, yeah, the wolves is going to be howling.
Yes, and I positively know that the one who will appeal to her most is the type of man that's got the same interests as her and her father.
Yeah, well, I got a tie pin with a fish on it. That might make a hit with her.
Yeah, Andy, and the fact that them feet of yours look like flounders, that might be a wedge for you, too, you know.
Well, one thing I'm sure of, it's going to be the man with intelligence in the upper brackets that's going to strike her fancy. Well, boys, I'll see you both at the party tomorrow night, then. I got a lot of things to do. So long, boys.
Yeah, so long, Henry, so long.
See you tomorrow night, Henry. Say, Kingfish, I was just thinking here, what is the best way to show this gal Amanda that I is intelligent?
Well, Andy, that ain't no easy question to answer. Be perfectly frank with you, if that gal is looking for intelligence, after she talks to you for 30 seconds, she's going to know that you ain't no Professor Weinstein.
Yeah. Well, I guess that I might have...
Oh, how's you there, fellas?
Yeah.
Say, I'm glad I found you here, Andy.
What's the matter, Amos?
I was just downtown in my taxi cab hauling a passenger, and when I got back up here in Harlem, I discovered that the man done left his briefcase in my taxi cab.
Well, why don't you take it back to him?
Yeah, well, it's just that I got another passenger in the cab now, and I can't do it. So, Andy, I was wondering if you would take it down in the subway for me. I sure would appreciate it.
Yeah, sure. I ain't got nothing to do.
Oh, thanks, Andy. I dropped the man off at a house, and here's the number of it. And if you look inside the briefcase, you might find the man's name in there somewhere. I got to run along now, so thanks again, Andy.
So long, son. Okay.
Nice-looking briefcase there. Yeah.
Sure is. Let's see who the fella's name is that this belonged to. Here's some papers with a letter on it.
What's that?
Let's see what it say here. Mr. Phil Baker.
Oh, Phil Baker?
Yeah.
Say, he's the fella on the radio that's got that Take It or Leave It program.
Yeah, that's right. Ain't he the fella that he asks you your name, and if you know the answer, he gives you $64?
Yeah. Say, look what the letter say here. Listen to this. Dear Mr. Baker, attached to this letter are the various questions and answers for your various categories for this Sunday's broadcast.
Categories? What'd that mean, Kingfish?
Well, that mean, well, look, Ann, a word don't always have to mean something, you know.
Well, why does they stick it in there?
Well, what it do, it kind of gives the sentence class and don't change the meaning of it. You see what I mean?
Yeah, well, that's a good thing, all right.
Oh, yeah, well, just let's read the sentence and leave the word category out.
Yeah, go ahead.
Dear Mr. Baker, attached to this letter are the questions and answers for your various for this Sunday's broadcast. You see, it's just as good without the word in there.
Yeah, I like it even better.
Yeah, you got something there. You know, Anna, I bet a lot of the contestants would like to get a hold of these questions and answers for Sunday's broadcast.
Yeah.
Yeah, look here. Number 1, music. With all the questions and answers about music. Look at that.
Sure is.
Number 2, flowers. And there's the questions and answers about them.
Mm-hmm.
And, hey, wait a minute.
What's the matter, Kingfish?
Brother Andrew, the thing that is topmost in your mind right now is to get in good with this professor's daughter, ain't it?
That's right.
if I was able to guarantee you that I would make you the head man with this gal and make a little extra money on the side, would you be willing to split that money with me?
I'll say I would.
It's a deal, Brother Ander.
Yeah.
Look here at this next thing. Fish, F-I-S-H, with all the questions and answers. And that's what the professor studies.
Yeah, sure is.
Now, look here. Before we take this stuff back to Mr. Phil Baker, let's copy down all the questions and answers about fish for this Sunday's broadcast. Then we get you on the program, and, of course, you know all the answers.
Oh, wait a minute now. Wait a minute, Kingfish. Ain't that cheating?
Cheating?
Yeah.
And we're only learning the answers to the questions, educating ourselves. Would you call going to Harvard for 4 years cheating?
Well, no.
Yeah, well, that's what we're doing, just like going to Harvard, only we're taking a shortcut, that's all.
Kingfish, I'll do it.
Right.
Yeah, here's the place right here, Kingfish.
Yeah, now remember, Andy, when we goes in, don't let Mr. Baker know that we knows who he is.
Hmm.
Now, if we calls him Mr. Baker, then he'll know that we done open up the briefcase, and he'll figure that we might have done see the questions and answers, and that spoil everything.
Yeah.
I'll push the bell here.
Yeah, that's right.
Yeah.
We don't know that he's Phil Baker, and so when we finds it out, we act surprised.
That's the idea.
Oh, how do you do, sir?
How do you do?
Yeah.
What can I... Oh, my briefcase. Thank goodness.
Oh, yeah, sir. Here you is, mister.
Come in, fellas. Come in.
Thank you, sir.
Yeah,
Thank
sir.
you. Yeah.
Tell me, where'd you find it? I've been going crazy.
Well, you left it in a friend of ours' taxi cab, and he told us where he dropped you off, and we done brung it down here to you.
Yes, sir. And on top of that, we ain't got the faintest idea who you is.
That's right, mister.
And the reason we don't know who you is 'cause we ain't never looked in the briefcase.
Oh, I see.
Yeah, naturally, if we looked in the briefcase, we'd have known you was Phil Baker.
Oh, but you don't know who I am now.
Ain't got the faintest idea.
I know this is a very silly question, but not having looked in the briefcase, how did you know that my name would have been Phil Baker if you had looked in the briefcase?
Well, yeah, that is a silly question, all right.
Yeah, but let's skip that one, if you will, please.
Well, boys, since you don't know my name is Phil Baker, let me introduce myself. My name is Phil Baker.
Not Phil Baker.
I knew that would surprise you.
Oh, I tell you, you could have knocked us both over with a fella.
Me too.
Yeah.
Boys, since you were nice enough to return this briefcase to me, I'd like to do something for you. Now, let's see. How would $5 be?
Oh, no. We wouldn't accept no money, Mr. Baker. We just done it as a favor to you.
Yeah, I tell you, though, there is one thing you could do. You see, your program is our favorite, and if you could give us a couple of tickets to go see it while we show Priestley.
Why, certainly. I've got some right here. Here's 2 for you. How's that?
Oh, that's great. Yeah, we'll be right down in the first row.
Yeah, and one other thing, Mr. Baker, just in case you're looking for a contestant on the night of the program, I'll let you in on a little something here. Mr. Brown here is a genius.
Oh, really? Well, it isn't often that I meet a genius.
Oh, yes. I guess there's only a few of us left.
Mr. Brown on my program, eh? Say, it might not be a bad idea to have another genius on the program.
Say, Amos, don't you think we get into the Van Porter reception too early? Here's the house right here.
Yeah, well, it might be a little early, but that's all right, Andy.
You know, I was so anxious to meet this Professor Newkirk's daughter, Amanda.
I know you is.
And when she find out that I is intelligent and knows all about fish, she's going to fall for me like a ton of brick.
Yeah, well, here we are, son. I'll ring the bell.
Yo, wait a minute. Here, let me put my eyeglasses on here. See, I got the kind that sits on your nose with a black ribbon hanging down.
Say, Andy, what you doing wearing glasses?
Well, you ain't never seen a big scientist without glasses, is you?
Say, they sure high class looking, all right. Ain't them the kind they call pins nails?
Yeah. Well, they is the best kind for men that studies fish. You can see through them, and they hold your nose at the same time.
Yeah.
Well, come in, gentlemen. Come in. Outside of the professor and his daughter, you was the first ones here.
Yeah, well, I'll go over and say hello to your wife, Henry.
All right, Amos.
And, Andy, I want you to meet the guest of honor.
Yeah, I sure like that.
Oh, Professor Newkirk, Amanda, I want you to meet a very dear friend of mine, Mr. Andrew H. Brown.
How do you do, Mr. Brown?
How do you do?
Oh, I was pleased to make both your acquaintances.
Well, you'll excuse me. I think there's somebody else at the door.
That's quite all right. Well, Professor Newkirk, it's a great pleasure to meet another ichthyologist like I is.
Well, thank you very much, Mr. Brown.
And it goes without saying that I is always happy to meet a ichthyologist's daughter, too.
Oh, that's very kind of you, Mr. Brown.
Yes, I always love the study of fish. Truth of the thing is, I hangs around the fish market most of the time.
Most of the time?
Not on the hot days, of course. I got a big laboratory, too, you know. Thing holds 4 quarts. I got 2 goldfish in it.
Amazing, Mr. Brown. Mr. Brown, I hate to tear myself away, but I think I'll walk out and get a breath of fresh air.
Certainly, Professor, certainly.
Well, Mr. Brown, as a noted ichthyologist, I guess you've made quite a few discoveries.
Well, there's one discovery I done made.
And what is that?
You is the prettiest gal I done ever see.
Why, Mr. Brown. Well, science is certainly making remarkable progress.
Honey, getting down to brass tacks and forgetting to warm up, I want to say that I loves you with all my heart.
Oh, now, Mr. Brown, I can hardly believe that.
Oh, it's the truth. And I ain't never said that to no other professor's daughter in my whole life, neither.
Well, I think you're very nice, too.
Ah, that settles it. How about you having a date with me Sunday night as my guest?
Why, that sounds wonderful. Where will we go?
Well, you and your father just stay in your hotel and listen to me on the radio.
Oh, are you going to be on the radio?
Oh, sure, on the Take It or Leave It program with Phil Baker. And then, of course, after the program, why, I'll come up to your hotel and we'll all go out together. How did that sound?
Oh, it sounds very exciting. You're going on a quiz show. You know, Mr. Brown, there's nothing that I admire more than an alert, well-informed, intelligent man.
You know, honey, I has made the order for you.
Well, tonight Andy is going to attend the Phil Baker broadcast with the Kingfish, while Professor Newkirk and his daughter Amanda listen in. After the little hint they drop, the boys feel certain Mr. Baker will call on Andy to act as one of the contestants. Right now, Andy and the Kingfish are in the office, making sure that Andy will not only win the money, but also greatly impress the girl.
Now, Brother Andy, here is all the questions and answers that Mr. Baker going to ask you on his program tonight.
Yeah, I got to memorize them, ain't I?
Now, all you got to do is to memorize the answers in this one thing, ichthyology. That's the category number 3, you see. Forget about the rest of them.
Okay.
Now, take the first question. Here, you see, he usually starts off by asking a silly one. What fish, if it could make a sound, would go meow? Of course, the answer here is catfish. See that?
I wonder if I can remember that.
Yeah, well, you don't have to remember the whole thing. Just catfish is the answer to the first question.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, now on the second one there, the answer is sardine. Now, just remember that. You don't have to know the question.
Yeah, the answer is the important thing, yeah. That's all I got to say up there, huh?
Yeah, well, of course, now Mr. Baker might ask you a few personal questions, make jokes about them, you know, what your name is and where you live. He might even ask you what you do for a living.
You gonna make a joke about that?
Well, I don't know. That don't give much to get his teeth in to do it there. Anyway, Andy, you spend the rest of the afternoon now memorizing these answers. Then you and me will go down to the broadcasting studio about 9:30.
Yeah, and by then I'll know these answers better than my own name.
Now, remember, Andy, right after the broadcast, you got to give me half of the $64 that you're going to win.
Oh, sure.
So as soon as you come off the stage, you have the $42 ready for me.
Yeah, I'm going to... Well, wait a minute. Is 42 half of 64?
Well, certainly it is, Andy.
Sure sounds like a big half, don't it?
Brother Ander, I want to be fair about this thing. If you like my half better, then you can take it and I'll take the other 42.
Yeah, if you don't mind, Kingfish, I'd rather do it that way.
All right, folks, we're going to be on the air in about 10 minutes, and we still need one more contestant. I'll draw another number. Here we are, number 12. Number 12.
Oh, that's me.
Why, number 12, step right up here, sir.
Yes,
Thank you.
I'll be glad to, Mr. Baker. Yes, sir. Yes.
No, don't climb over the footlights. Just come up those steps on the side.
Oh, yeah. Excuse me. Kingfish, can I get my feet through here?
Yeah, take off your derby, too, Andy. And look here, remember, category number 3, the answer to the first question is catfish.
I know, Kingfish, I know.
Right up those steps there. That's right. Now, if you'll just sit over there with the other contestants.
Yes, sir.
Now, ladies and gentlemen, as I say, we'll be on the air in a few minutes.
Let me know when you're ready for me, Mr. Baker.
Oh, yes, I'll be sure and let you know. As I was saying, ladies and gentlemen, we'll be on the air in a few minutes, and we want to give all the people listening in a good show.
Mr. Baker, the $64 I'm going to win, you pay that in cash, don't you?
Say, take it easy there. You might not win it.
Oh, Mr. Baker, can I speak with you a minute over here, please?
Certainly, Charlie. Sit tight, folks. I'll be right back.
Say, Phil, the sponsor insists on changing the categories, inasmuch as the questions and answers were out of your hands for a while.
All right. I didn't think it made any difference, but if that's the way they want it, fine.
Well, here are the new questions and answers.
Well, how about changing the categories on the blackboard?
Well, I'm having the boy do that now before they take the blackboard out on the stage.
Well, I guess there's no harm in making the change. Certainly won't make any difference to anybody. Baker following through with Take It or Leave It, and here's our next contestant coming up to the microphone.
Oh, yes, sir, coming up, yes, sir, yes.
I hope you're not nervous.
No, sir, I'm just shaking because I was cold.
All right, let's get started. What is your name?
Catfish.
Your name is Catfish?
No, my name is Andrew H. Brown.
All right, tell me, Mr. Brown, have you selected a category? Just look up there on the board and you can pick any one you want.
Yeah, well, I don't have to look on the board. I take number 3.
Oh, zoology, huh?
Well, it ends with ology. I know that.
All right, I'll ask you the first question.
Catfish.
Wait a minute. I don't know whether it's too important, but I haven't asked you the question yet.
Well, irregardless of the question, that's the answer.
Well, all right. You've got $1. And in case the sponsor is listening in, I'll pay this out of my own pocket. Would you like to try for $2?
Yes, sir.
All right, here we go for $2. What animal, now virtually extinct, used to roam the plains in the far west?
A sardine.
I hate to see you lose out in the contest so early. Is it possible that you're talking about a sardine on the order of a buffalo?
Yes, sir.
Sort of a water buffalo, huh?
Yes, sir.
That gives you $2. That's fine. Now, would you like to try it for $4?
Oh, yes, sir.
All right, the third question. Tell me, do you know what an elephant is?
Yes, sir.
For not saying catfish, you get $4. Would you like to try for $8?
Well, could we skip the 8 and get right down to the 64?
Not so fast, my friend. Next question.
This is question number 4, ain't it?
Right. There's a well-known saying about the elephant that you must know. Can you tell me what it is the elephant never does?
Goes up the Columbia River to spawn.
Well, that's not exactly the answer I have down here. But who am I to say you aren't right? You've got $8. By the way, just for my own information, are all your answers going to be about fish?
Well, naturally, that's what category number 3 is all about, ain't it?
Oh, I think I'm beginning to see a light. Well, Mr. Brown, that brings up a question in my mind.
Well, if it's number 5, they breathe through their gills.
Let me see what question number 5 is. How do mother bears recognize their own cubs? And you say they breathe through their gills. The elephants and bears are certainly doing strange things this year, aren't they?
Yes, sir, yes, sir.
Ladies and gentlemen, I think it's apparent to everyone that these answers don't fit the questions like a glove. As a matter of fact, this is the first time in the history of Take It or Leave It that anyone has gone through this many questions without even getting on the subject.
Well, can I help it if you don't know the right questions?
Mr. Brown, it's obvious that your chief interest in life is fish.
Yes, sir.
And without going any further, I'm going to declare you a winner.
Oh, thank you, sir.
I hereby award you 64 cans of sardines.
Hello? Hello, Amanda. This is Andy. Yeah, did you hear the broadcast? Oh, you did, huh?
Hey, lay it on there, son. I can hear you now.
Yeah, well, what is that? Yeah, well, but Amanda, you can't do that. Well, I was figuring on me and you having a little sardine supper together. Well, yeah, but honey, I know, but...
Yeah, she done hung up on you, ain't she, son?
Yeah. Well, Amos, I guess I done missed again.
Yeah? Well, you know, what did she say to you, Andy?
Well, she says you never want to see me again.
Why?
Well, she done heard me on the radio and say that I is stupid and dumb. And by pretending that I was an expert on the science of fishes, she say I was even lying about that, too.
Well, Andy, that's what happens whenever you try to pretend that you are somebody that you ain't.
Yeah, that's the reason for the whole mess, all right.
Andy, I've done told you all your life that you has got to cut out pretending. You has got to be yourself. No matter how humble a man is, you'll find that people will love you for just being yourself. That's all you got to do. And believe me, Andy, you'll do much better with everything in life.
Yeah, Amos, you're right.
Won't you shake hands with me on it, Andy? Why don't you start today? It ain't too late, Andy. You is a nice enough guy.
Yeah, Amos put it there.
Oh, that's the stuff.
You is right. I was crazy to think that I could make that gal believe that I was a big Ichthyologist. From now on, I ain't going to make people believe nothing that I ain't and all that stuff. I ain't going to... wait a minute. Who is this coming in?
Pardon me, but could either of you gentlemen tell me where the Harlem Art Gallery is?
Yeah. I know where it is. What you want to go there for, miss?
Well, I'm an art student, and they're having an exhibit of paintings up there.
There is, huh? Well, now, how about me walking up there with you? It just so happened that I is a great painter myself.
All right, here's Amos and Andy again.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, we just want to thank you for listening in, and we hope you enjoyed our show.
Thanks from me, too, folks.
Next week, we're going to have as our guest that fine actor of stage and screen, Mr. Raymond Massey. And, as usual, is going to be in trouble up to his neck.
I is? Oh, me.
Good night, ladies and gentlemen.
Good night, folks.
Be sure and be with us next week at this same time, friends. Bill Baker appears through the courtesy of the Eversharp Company.
From Hollywood, the George Burns and Gracie Allen Show for Hormel and Spam. Crazy people. Spam, rebop, boom, spam. George Burns and Gracie Allen on the show when it's orchestra for singing glee with a smoothie sweet. Last but not least, and with Bud Heaton. It's time for Burns and Allen at your house. And looky, here's an answer to the question, how do you cook an egg? With Spam. Just open a can of Spam, slice and fry quickly in a hot pan, and serve with eggs sunny side up. Those juicy, golden brown, sizzling hot slices of fried Spam make an egg taste better than ever. Try Spam and eggs for breakfast. Then try the other recipes on the label and discover that cold or hot, Spam hits the spot. They are the stars of our Spam family, George and Gracie.
Thank you very much.
Oh, but wait, George. I saw you and Gracie at the El Capitan Theater last week in Charlot's Review, and you're really swell.
Thanks, Bud. And Gracie, wasn't Jack Benny a wonderful master of ceremony?
Yes, he's certainly smart looking on the stage.
Well, of course, gray hair makes a man look distinguished.
Yeah. Of course, he's a little more distinguished looking in the back, though, than he is in the front, isn't he?
She's kind of losing it a little bit.
Yeah.
Well, anyway, Gracie, I was on the stage with you. How did I look?
When do you mean?
When I was telling all those jokes.
Oh. Well, you must have looked all right. Nobody laughed at you.
Of course, I may not be as handsome as Jack Benny. I say I may not be as handsome as Jack Benny.
Well, George, who's arguing with you?
That's what I get for letting that makeup man put on my lips with a hairbrush.
But, George, I thought your makeup looked swell, and the show was great, but I was disappointed in one little thing.
What was that, Bud?
Well, I can't understand how you could come out on the stage time and time again and not once mention Spam.
But, Bud, it was impossible. You see, I wasn't on the radio. I was on the stage.
Well, I could understand you're not mentioning something like Clorfmeyer's acidophilus milk, but Spam is just a small word. Look, Spam. See, did that take long?
Well, I'm sorry, Bud, but I just couldn't mention it.
Well, you should have.
Well, anyway, Gracie...
What's more, your makeup looked atrocious.
Now he's mad. How do you like that, Bud? And just a moment ago, he complimented me.
Don't believe his compliments about your makeup. Underneath that, there's something very peculiar.
Look, Gracie, I just assumed you were on Bud's side.
Well, George, I think you like this. I heard one of the chorus girls backstage say that you look just like that great movie actor, you know.
One of the chorus girls?
No, what's his name now? You know, the fellow who runs after all the women. March. That's it, March.
Frederick March?
No, Harpo.
Harpo March. One of the March brothers.
Yes.
Gracie, how can you figure out so many wrong answers to so many right questions?
I stay up late.
You know, someday I'll figure out something that you won't have a silly answer to. Then what do? Say, what'll we both do?
Oh, by the way, Gracie, I saw George in the theater yesterday, but he didn't see me.
Yeah, I know. He told me.
Well, I did not. And by the way, Artie, how did you like me?
Oh, you were swell, Pupsy, especially with those Dolores Del Rio lips.
Well, never mind how I look. How did I sound?
How did you sound? George, I'd like to say right here and now that you gave the finest performance I ever saw.
Really, Artie?
Yep, I'd like to say it, but I can't.
Well, from you, that's practically a compliment. I'll leave it to Gracie. Gracie, who is the nicest among the men?
Me.
I meant among the men.
Well, that's where I was.
Gracie, how is it that other people can have a simple conversation without making it that simple?
You could have at least mentioned it during the intermission.
Mention what?
Spam.
Oh, we're back to that again, are we? All I did was go on the stage 1 week and look at what's happening.
Yo también fui ahí a la función al Capitán Teatro. Estaba muy bonito. Me gustó mucho cómo actuaste tú allá en el... Muy bonito.
What is it, Senor Lee?
Senor Burns, I saw you on the stage, and you were very witty. You made some very flop remarks.
It isn't flop. It's flip.
Flop.
Flip.
Flop.
Flip.
What are we, acrobats?
Oh, quiet. Well, Artie, what are you going to play tonight?
Stardust.
You know, Artie, I love to listen to you play. I think you're the greatest clarinet player in the world. Oh, I'd give anything if I could play that instrument. Is it hard?
No, nothing to it, Gracie. Here, I'll show you. You pucker up your lips like this.
Yeah.
The upper lip and the lower lip.
Yeah.
Then you bring both lips together until your mouth is puckered like this. See?
Oh, that's wonderful, Artie. But why waste it on a clarinet?
Artie, will you please take it? Well, Artie, that was grand. You know, I love Stardust. Well, Artie, What do you think of my voice?
Bum, 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 bum.
Jealous, that's all. Just
Not a bad
jealous.
voice myself.
George, you know that beautiful white dress I wore on the stage last week?
At the El Capitan?
Yes. Well, I got some brown makeup on the collar, and it worried me so.
Well, I wouldn't worry about it. It's bound to come off. Was it Max Factors?
No, Charles Boyer.
How did Charles Boyer's makeup happen to get on your color?
Well, Herbert Marshall was busy.
See what you mean. Well, all you had to do was send the dress to the cleaners.
Oh, not me. I'm too smart for that. I went out and bought 10 cents worth of gasoline to clean my dress, and wait till you see it. It's beautiful.
The dress with the gasoline?
The car I bought. It's long and streamlined.
You bought a car?
Well, I had to have something to take the gasoline home in.
So, you bought a new car? You could have taken it home in an old can, you know.
Yeah, but I didn't know where you had it parked.
Well, my car doesn't happen to be an old can. I want you to know it's streamlined. It has chrome wheels, chrome radiator, chrome bumpers.
That's right, George. I saw it, and it's plenty chromy.
Well, I like it.
At least you could have mentioned it during Jack Benny's violin solo.
Enough of that. No matter what I say or do, I get into hot water.
Oh, I was in hot water last night.
What happened?
Nothing. I was just taking a bath.
Well, congratulations, and let's talk about something else.
All right, let's talk about my dress. You know that beautiful white dress?
Gracie,
I got some
Gracie,
makeup.
you've already told me about that dress, and let's forget the dress. I never liked that dress anyway.
Skippy likes it.
Skippy? Who's Skippy?
Oh, he's the man who's been driving me home from the theater. I met him at the Coconut Grove next week.
Next week?
Oh, pardon me, I'm ahead of my story.
Oh. You mean last week?
Yes.
Well, how did you meet him?
Well, I was at the Coconut Grove, and he was sitting at a table all by himself, and I walked by and got my handkerchief, and he heard it fall and said, how do you? And I said, how do you?
Just a second. How can anybody hear a handkerchief fall?
I had it wrapped around the glass.
Well, didn't that break the glass?
No, but it broke the ice, if you know what I mean.
I think I know what you mean, yes.
Well, anyway, the music started to play, and he said, do you like La Conga? And I said, well, anything you're eating is good enough for me. So he ordered some La Conga, and we
Wait
sat
a
and
minute,
ate.
that sounds like a very smart kid. Ordering a dish of La Conga, huh?
Well, what's wrong with that? There's an R in this month.
Oh, I forgot about that.
Oh, that reminds me, Judge. I've got to call Skippy on the phone and tell him I'll be a little late picking him up. You see, I'm having a few minor changes made on my new car.
Oh, you're making a few changes?
Yes. I put the headlights in the rumble seat, and then I put the radiator where the tail light was,
smart, yes.
and I put the motor where the gas tank used to be, and the steering wheel is right over the license plate.
Gracie,
and then I'm...
Gracie, look. What did you do all those things for?
Well, in case some crazy dope asks me if I got a car like that, I got one.
Well, for a minute, I didn't think you had a reason.
Well, Judge, I'll see you later. I've got to go out and call Skippy. So, see, what's his number? Oh, yes. Gladstone 1131.
Windshield wiper on the inside.
George.
Yes.
George, maybe she's overworked. Maybe she's suffering from a pancreatic ganglia of the hypocattle of the cerebellum.
Artie.
Can I try that over again?
Artie, what does that mean?
Well, what am I, a quiz kid?
Artie, this is nothing to kid about. I'm worried about Gracie. I wonder what could have happened to her.
Perdóname un momento. Senor Burns, in Hollywood, anything can happen. I once walked down Hollywood Boulevard, and something bit me, and for 5 days, I was in a coma.
It's not comma, it's coma. A comma is a little thing with a tail.
That's what hit me.
Well, it's too bad you recovered. Still can't figure this thing out.
I can. It's very simple, George.
Really, Bud?
Sure, you could have mentioned it during the overture.
All right, so I didn't mention Span. Here's a whip. Beat me.
Daddy, 8 to the bar.
Oh, quiet. Look, I've got to do something to help Gracie.
Well, Skippy wasn't in, but I told the operator to keep trying and call me back here.
Well, look, Gracie, just take it easy. There's nothing to worry about.
Nothing to worry about. There's plenty to worry about. That Skippy is kind of crazy. He does crazy things.
He does crazy things? What kind of a fella is the Skippy?
Well, he's a short, thin fellow, and he weighs 250 pounds.
If he's short and thin, how can he weigh 250 pounds?
I told you he was crazy.
Look, Artie, we've just got to do something.
Oh, that must be Skippy. Hello?
Sorry, Gladstone 1131 is still busy.
Well, keep trying it, please.
Well, now, don't worry, Gracie. Everything will be all right.
Oh,
just relax.
I just hope so, because Skippy is so much fun. The other day we went down to the beach and we threw pebbles in the water and gathered seashells in his toupee.
Gathered seashells in his toupee?
Yes.
That Skippy must have a great head.
Sure, that's where he shines.
Oh, well, let's forget Skippy.
Oh, I must tell you that...
I forgot everything.
He's really a card. While we were down at the beach, he buried his head in the sand, and I laughed and laughed and laughed for hours.
He buried his head in the sand?
Yes.
Well, what's so funny about that?
Well, 2 hours later, when I left him, he was still looking for it.
And now the Smoothies, Babs, Charlie, and Little will sing Rhythm on the River. Sing it.
When you hear a real hip cat, take the chorus in B flat. It's the rhythm on the river, you know what that means. He comes from New Orleans. When you hear a drummer ride, and a rim shot breaks the high. It's the rhythm on the river, can't mistake that beat. He comes down Mason Street. How do you like bugle call rag? Play this a waltz or a Dixieland shag. I'll pick the words out of your mouth. Play the same as the sound in New York or any town. When a band swings out low down, it's the rhythm on the river, not the Hudson Bud, just Mississippi mud. When those jamming kids take off the skids, it's killer. Ho, ho, they're rock and roll rhythms in their soul. From Gay Broadway to Mexico, feel the beat of the rhythm of the rhythm of the river. When the cats give out, it makes you quiver. Hep, hep, you feel it, let's keep with the rhythm. Hep, hep, the song, let's ride along with them. Say there, hey, that's all you in the groove.
I dig you, Jack, and I'm ready, too.
When you hear the drummers start to ride, and the rim shot breaks the high, it's the rhythm on the river. Can't mistake that beat, because of Mason Street. How do you like
bugle call rag?
How do you like
Dixieland shag?
Play this waltz?
No, a mean drag.
Play the same as the sound in New York or any town. When a man swings down low down, it's the rhythm on the river, not the Hudson Bud. It's street to beat to beat on the Mississippi mud. It's street to beat on the Mississippi mud. Hear that shuffle, hear that scuffle, rhythm on the river.
Oh, George, you just have to meet Skippy.
Well, I'll be glad to, Gracie, but some other time.
Well,
Just
you
take
should have
it
been at the beach with us yesterday. We swam all afternoon and we only moved 4 feet.
You only moved 4 feet?
That's all the feet we had.
Well, I don't know. I've been with you for years, but this is the first time you've really got me worried.
Mr. Burns, I know I'm only the sound man, but I think I may be able to help you solve Miss Allen's problem with a scientific test. For years at Harvard, I studied psychiatry under that famous mind specialist, Professor Alvin W. Thorndike.
Thorndike?
A-B-B-S-M-A-Ph-D.
Well, that's not a funny way to spell Thorndike.
Gracie, he's using pig Latin.
Oh.
Look, Soundman, try your test on Bud and show Gracie what you mean.
Don't talk to me. I'm mad at you.
Now, please, Bud.
Well, Mr. Heaston, I'd like to give you a simple test. This is called the free association of ideas. Now, when I say cold, what do you unconsciously think of?
Hot.
That's right. Now, what made you think of that?
Spam.
Spam?
Yes, because cold or hot, it hits the spot. See, George, how easy it is to get in?
But, Bud, it fits here. Besides, you've had more experience than I have. This is your 269th broadcast for Spam.
269th broadcast for Spam?
That's right.
So that's why you feel so chipper, Bud.
Sure, Gracie. You see, when I started, very few people knew about Spam. Hormel had found a new combination of meats, a more delicious way to season it, and a handier package to put it in. Spam was something new and different. Nobody else had ever even tried to make anything like Spam. And now there are more than 60 imitations of it.
Oh, so that's what makes you feel good. You like imitations.
Oh, Gracie, it hurts me when I see an imitation. When you have more than 60 imitations, you know there must be all sorts of products and all sorts of prices among them. I'm afraid somebody will be fooled.
Oh, I get it. You feel good tonight because you like to see people get fooled.
Oh, Gracie, I feel good tonight because apparently people aren't letting themselves be fooled. I just found out today that in the last 6 months, the housewives of America bought more Spam than they did all the other 60 brands combined. And that proved women aren't being fooled by low prices, special premiums, or by packages that look a good deal like Spam, or by names that seem like Spam. I feel good tonight, Gracie, because now I know women can really tell the difference.
Oh, and you feel good, too, because we're going to let you tell us. What is the difference?
Well, Gracie, when Spam first came out, people hadn't learned whether it was beef or pork or cheese or fish, so we labeled it all pork product. When someone else came out with some other product and called it all pork, too, we began to realize that all pork takes in a lot of territory and that we could make a lot cheaper product if we used just any kind of pork. Spam, Gracie, is a combination of pork shoulder meat and ham meat. Nothing else but those two. We use pork shoulder to make Spam a sweet and juicy meat. Then we put in the ham it takes to give it extra flavor and goodness that wouldn't be there without it. That is different than being just all pork. Spam shows on the label this sentence, pork shoulder meat with ham meat added. Look for it. Whenever the occasion calls for a delicious meat at your house, ask your food dealer for Spam. S-P-A-M.
Slice it, dice it, fry it, bake it, cold or hot. Spam hits the spot.
No, Gracie, will you come here a minute? Look, this is what the sound man means. If he says black, you say white. If he says Edison, you say electricity. Now we'll start again. Go ahead, sound man.
Power.
Tyrone.
No, Gracie, that's wrong again.
Miss Allen, I'm merely trying to find out your mental capacity.
Well, it isn't very much. I only drink to be sociable.
In order to reach a solution for your present dilemma, we must first go back to your childhood.
Oh, that'll be fun. I haven't been back there for years.
Look, Gracie, what he means is, did anything strange happen to you when you were very young?
Yes.
What?
I was born.
I know you were born.
Now, let's see. When was I born? It was Tuesday. No, it was Thursday. No, maybe it was Wednesday.
It couldn't be Friday.
No, I'm never home on Friday.
Sound man, are you sure those questions are right?
You'd never know from the answers.
Well, this is all beyond me. I wonder what could have happened to her.
Senor Burns, maybe when she was a baby, she climbed on top of the house and fell off the reef.
It isn't reef, it's roof.
Reef.
Roof.
Reef.
Roof.
Look, an Airedale.
Go ahead, Mr. Soundman. Continue with your test.
Mr. Burns, it's hopeless for me to try and continue this test alone. Perhaps Professor Thorndyke can give me some advice as to a different method of questioning. I shall go out and phone him.
Well, this has really got me upset. Gracie, how can you be so rattle-brained?
Oh, I don't know. I guess I'm just smart.
Look, this is really beginning to get me. I've been with you for years. Every year you get sillier and sillier. Why I stick by you, I can't understand. And what do I get out of it?
A fortune.
I do not. Besides, Gracie gets half of all the money we make. Don't you, Gracie?
$25 every week.
Well, I'm saving the rest for a rainy day.
Oh, so that's why you came to California.
Well, go. Your line is over.
Oh, that's Skippy. Quiet, everybody, now. Hello?
Gladstone 1131 is still busy.
Well, call me the minute they're through, operator. Can't imagine why Skippy is talking so long. Maybe it's hard for him to hang up, huh? On account of the phone is under the bed.
His phone is under the bed?
Yes. Well, you see, it's a Murphy bed, and he doesn't want Murphy to hear his conversation.
Look, Gracie, instead of spending all your time...
Mr. Burns, I have wonderful news. I spoke to Professor Thorndyke, and he was so interested in the case that he's coming right over here.
I guess that's quite an honor, isn't it?
What an honor. You see, he'll watch Miss Allen's mind and see what makes it tick.
But suppose it doesn't tick?
No ticky, no watchy.
I hope Thorndyke gets here before it's too late.
Oh, that must be Skippy. Hello?
Gladstone 1131 is still busy.
Well, keep trying, please.
Gracie, will you stop with those silly phone calls?
Can't imagine why Skippy's line is so busy. That's his private number, too.
Oh, there's Professor Thorndyke now. Mr. Burns, would you mind opening the door?
Me open the door? But you're the sound man.
Please, Mr. Burns, just this once. Professor Thorndyke must never know that I, the winner of the Harvard Scientific Research Scholarship, do that for a living.
Well, all right.
Come in.
Good evening, Elliot, my boy.
Good evening. Folks, this is Professor Thorndyke, the famous psychiatrist.
Oh, glad to meet you, Professor. Pull up a brain and sit down.
Quiet.
Say, Professor, you're pretty.
You like men, I gather.
No, I like men, I gather.
So this is the patient.
You guessed it.
Professor, you see she has strange mental quirks.
Miss Allen, do you have any inhibitions, phobias, or fixations?
No, but I can let you have a Chesterfield.
Well, Professor, how have you been?
Miss Allen, do you sleep well?
Well, no. Last night I couldn't sleep at all. All night long there was a fly on my nose.
Why didn't you brush the fly off?
What for? It wasn't dusty.
This is the strangest case I've ever seen. There's only one man in this country who can cope with this case.
And who do you mean, Professor?
I mean Dr. Hugo Friedlander, the world-famous psychologist.
Not the Dr. Friedlander who was honored by the Medical Society last week.
Yes, he's the only one who can help us. I'll call him immediately. Operator, get me Gladstone 1131.
Oh, that's Skippy. Well, tell him to bring his toupee and we'll gather some more seashells.
Well, that's all I want.
Folks, give your family Spam and eggs for breakfast. Fry slices of Spam quickly in a hot pan and serve with eggs sunny side up. The meaty flavor, the grand taste of juicy, tender fried Spam makes a hit with everybody. Try it tomorrow. Ask your food dealer for the original, the one and only Spam, the meat of many uses that outsells all the other 50 brands combined.
Thank you, Bud. Well, Gracie, say goodnight.
Oh, good night. Say, George, I didn't know Skippy was such a great scientist.
Well, sure. He once wrote a 50,000-word article on a man's spinal column.
Really? How did he get it in a typewriter?
Good night, folks. Good night.
Friends, we want to take this moment to remind you that in all parts of the country, community fund campaigns are underway, a most worthwhile cause. And one of the ways we can show that we're grateful Americans. Give generously to your local community chest. Join us again next week, same time, same station, for another Burns and Allen show brought to you by Hormel and Spam. Have you tried Hormel chili con carne? You may think you don't like chili, but chili con carne the way Hormel makes it is different, and everybody likes it. Double your money back if you don't like it. Try Hormel chili con carne tomorrow. This is the National Broadcasting Company.